All right, thanks for watching. Group 5. Hey, what's up? Session 4. Okay.
Cinco.
So so your question, Marshall, is that would I know that? And that's honestly it's something maybe to insight at this point to try to understand that. Um I don't know if like a history check would help you in that they would honor that. I mean, you can relate it simply to what you have encountered thus far of these creatures is that they seem to be pretty determined. So I leave it up to you. If you want to insight them at this point, you can. I don't know what a history check would do uh, in this situation, and you can base off of what you have previously from your experience with these creatures, is that they seem to be very determined.
Okay, I guess I will go ahead and roll insight then.
Okay. Nice. 18. Okay, so obviously they have you're getting a commanding presence. The commands have aggression behind them, and that they will deal lethal force if necessary. They themselves are again creatures that are determined. They strike you as those that if they say they're going to do something, that's what they will do.
Well, I would like to, first of all, kind of backtrack on how we left off a couple weeks ago. I don't want to pick a fight with these guys. I would, I would rather see where this goes than try to start another fight just because these guys are rude.
Okay. So what are you doing in this situation based on them instructing to lay down weapons?
Um, I think I'll say that I'm not going to lay down my weapons, but I would like put my hands up, maybe. I'm not gonna leave them behind, but I'd be willing to be like, look, I'm not gonna reach for my weapons, and you can like be watching me like a hawk, but you know, I'm not gonna leave them behind. I'll have them on me, but I will make it obvious that I'm not reaching for them if that's what they want.
Are you still disguised as Frederick?
Yes, I haven't dropped that yet.
Okay.
I feel like dropping that while trying to get them to believe us is probably not the play.
Just wondering how you were wanting to play it out.
Yeah, I hadn't figured that out yet, but yeah, I'm still Frederick for now
Okay.
until I can.
Okay, just want to make sure. I'm going to give a description of what Mullen looks like, just real quick. Broad-shouldered, wide male, gray dwarf. There's no hair on the head, has a bushy white beard flowing down to the waist. And the wields kind of a war-pick and shield. Seems to be protected by a nice, a great piece right here, plate armor. Small cloth backpack sits on the back, and a leather satchel kind of dangles from the side. Zmalrim looks left and right. How did you all get to be here? Only fool travelers come without wagons.
Well, you see, we're in a hurry. We have some things we got to get done, and we're trying to get them done quickly. And we couldn't really wait on the town to send any wagons, so we just left.
How will you survive?
I am proficient in magic, so I can, I can provide some heat and some light and some other fun things.
By our wits and by the land.
The one
Yeah,
talking
what's that guy
is
say?
by the ledge right there, yeah?
This
This
is the
guy.
one talking. Yep.
I'm going to, because I'm invisible.
You're not
I-
invisible.
What?
Remember, he stopped me before I could touch you.
Crap. False alarm stream.
Do it. Do it anyway.
I'm not going to go up behind.
Don't let them yuck on your yum. Do
You can
it,
think
man.
that you're invisible. That's fine.
Pants him and push him off the cliff.
Think I'm invisible. I'm going to tell Torden just. He's not talking about my mother, is he?
He's not. It's okay. Just
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Dougal will throw his will throw his longsword down into the snow. Will throw his javelins down into the snow. Will throw carefully and with great care to remember where, will throw Kelut Yan's rapier down into the snow. But he won't throw his shield down into the snow, and see if that is a big deal.
I'm going to
Does there-
whisper to Tarden, like, do you want me to take care of this guy?
there's like 3 ballistas pointed at us right now. What do you mean take care of this guy? You try to take care of him, we're dead. What do you mean?
I think we got a good chance. They're just ballistas. You know how long it would take them to reload? Like if they and then they miss, they'll probably take like 5 minutes to figure out how to load it. Meanwhile, I can push the guy up top down to Dougal. Dougal does a little padow, head. I think I'm gonna do it. You want to do it? Let's
As
do
you're
it.
talking in the actual wagon and around you, they lose their invisibility and become visible. As they do that, gag that one and bind the rest of them.
Tarden, that was a terrible idea. Why are you suggesting that we would? Whoa.
To hop down, gag.
Wow.
They're
they
pointing
just
towards
multiply
Tarden,
in numbers?
not you, Indigo. So they gag you, Indigo. They're going to gag Tarden.
No, he's my buddy.
As they begin to kind of rotate and move their positionings off of the lower kind of road here, away from the actual wagon. Many of them have crossbows out. Rest of them have shields and war picks. They also have backpacks, and they seem to have survival kind of large hulking backpacks in their backs, or kind of saddlebags, kind of satchels to themselves as well. And they seem to be ready to survive the mountains for a great deal of time. They kind of move over and round over to you. At the same time that happens, before they gag and bind you down below, some of them over here by the rocks begin to shimmy and shake outwards towards you, Sir Dougal, and you, Shrock. As they do, some of them have their crossbows still raised. Others are grabbing their war picks and shields out, kind of holding them up as they're beginning to approach slowly and surely. It's now my question to all of you: is anybody resisting?
I put my hands in the air to convey pacificity, and I speak to them and I say, I mean you no harm. I am, however, carrying a wild and dangerous squire who may bite and or stab you. He is armed. He's very well armed. Just don't reach into any pockets that you're not ready to lose a finger.
Okay. They move over. As they do, begin to bind you with loose rope. As they're kind of binding your hands. They're binding them forward. So they're kind of roping and tying them together loosely. Rock. They come up to you.
I'm going to extend both my wrists and say in Undercommon, my garrote, please.
Kind of grumble at you and do not respond. They go to, before they actually bind you tightly to your wrists and bound you, they begin to remove your weapons as well. So I can just raise your hands. So they're now kind of have you loosely bound at the wrists coming across, and then they're slowly grabbing your weapons away from you. As well as the shield of you, Sir Dougal, and the shield of you, Farak, beginning to remove that from you.
Please be gentle with that. I just had it polished. My squire just finished sharpening those, and the shield was. Just please treat it as if you would your own. Thank you.
Okay. So as no one is resisting to this, I'll put the restrained status upon you. Tardan, you are gagged with a loose cloth as they're kind of shoveling into your mouth, allowing that to happen. And they're bringing you over to this position, so I'm going to go ahead and start dragging tokens over. Nereus, what are you doing with the wagons?
Well, the best thing is when he finds out about this, he'll never feel more vindicated in his choice not to go. But he's not concerned. He's just waiting.
So I'm going to drag too many of these over. So once you get into this position here, pause it. So at some point, Nereus, it's been a good time, right? From getting restraints, getting them moved. This is an 8-foot cliffside right here, so it doesn't take too much time to actually kind of get you up that. And then you can see now, getting into this position, that there is some sort of pass. It's kind of snaking and winding up some switchbacks headed for the northern mountainside, as well as an entrenched pathway. And there is a wagon to your right side here. That's when you notice that your weapons are actually being put into that wagon. And there's also a few chests in there and a couple other supplies and things that are in that particular wagon. As they begin to kind of pull it down, you see Malram yell out Undercommon, which you can speak, Rock, so you understand what Malram is saying. He's yelling out to some of the people on one of the ballista, "Go get the goats! Hidden away near the lowest spring tree." And as he's yelling that order out, they begin to shuffle up the pass, kind of disappearing behind some switchbacks and some kind of some evergreen trees, and now come a bunch of mountain goats that are tied on to a kind of a whole little parade, if you will, and they begin to hitch those to the actual wagon that's there and attempt to be moving this wagon through the snow and things. As they're doing that, Malram kind of steps forward just a little bit to all four of you. "I'll say again, I send my soldiers down the road and I find wagons. Say it again. How did you get here?"
We walked.
Are you creatures so primitive that you've not invented the wheel?
I say nothing.
Okay. You're not saying anything. Sir Dougal, you're saying you walked.
We walked.
And then Rock, you're making an insult. Nice.
And Tardan's gagged, so this is great. We're
Tardan's
doing
gagged.
great.
Steps towards you, Sir Dougal. "You walked. That is what you're sticking with, then."
Well, it's true. Here, look, I can show you. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot.
I start to mimic that. Right. Left, right.
I'm just nodding along in the background. Just,
Looks down the road. Looks back. Go ahead and make a deception check, Harrison. Sir Dougal.
Oh God.
Roll it, man. Roll it.
All right.
I need it.
I believe in you.
Yeah. It's a hard 8. Snowman.
Thorlock! River. Go down the road. The two in the wagon hop down, begin to trudge forward. Nearest to this point, I'm going to go ahead and keep them on the board, but they're going to go off map as they're kind of rounding the bend. What do you, nearest, you can spot them through the wispiness of the snow and the fog. You see Lon, Burrow, and Stilk are on their respective wagons currently. You're there. You see them walking down the road towards you.
Just two of them, huh?
Just two.
How far away are they? What do you say?
300 feet right now.
All right. Well, he will kind of crouch down in the wagon. He won't say anything though to the rest of the people.
Okay. So they continue to walk forward. So they do. They get to about 100 feet away, and they stop. To this point, that Kalan and Burrow and Stilk, all three, can kind of observe, except for Burrow and Stilk. Burrow and Stilk are human, so it's difficult to see at this time. Because we're going to go ahead and adjust some of the timing here, so it's going to get darker. Your decide self is still up, so just FYI. And then I'll go ahead and put your light back on and adjust the time. Sometimes it likes to remove time-gated things. So Kalan looks towards to continue to walk, and they stop, they stretch, and they look at Kalan. Kalan looks at them. They look at each other. They turn around and they start walking back. Kalan just has the hand on the bow a little bit, right? It's about ready to pull it up and arrow in. Doesn't do it, just puts the bow back down, just doesn't move. They just can walk back where they came from, which is currently what the map is on. Nearest as you duck down, it didn't seem like they perceived you. It didn't seem like they were attempting to. I think they were just getting a glance and seeing maybe what was going on, right? That's right. They're at this point 200 feet away or so, disappearing into the darkness. Further and further and further away. As they got close enough for your light to be able to observe them. That's how close they got. Kalan now stretches and looks for where you're at. Doesn't see you. Nereus.
Is there anywhere nearby where we could kind of like get out of the wagons and like, you know, not a cave, but kind of, you know, any outcroppings or somewhere kind of along the cliffside?
To hide?
Yeah.
Yeah, plenty of places to hide. You can try to climb up the cliffside a little bit as well and get on top of some of the actual extensions of rock with snow and things and hide out. These creatures don't seem to be very dexterous. You imagine that if you're nimble enough, you might be able to get to a high elevation and just hide out there. Now, getting to a cave, especially with the snow and the fog and the wind, it'll be difficult unless you have a survival check.
We should take cover. The others are probably dead.
Dead? You think they're coming?
Probably not, but I don't fancy getting killed on a mountain. Come on. And I'll attempt to find somewhere that he feels like is a good place to hide. Because he says it's lately snowing and windy, right? So our tracks will probably be covered up pretty quickly.
Kalan
If we
grabs
took-
the bow, hops off, goes into the wagon, grabs a bag, looks up. I think I know where to go. It'll be a little bit of a climb, but it'll give us shelter. It's about 30 minutes away from here.
All right. take anything valuable, I guess.
Seems to grab equipment, supplies, as best as they can carry. Burrow. What's going on? Claude kind of ushers Burrow down from the wagon. See Frederick's confused. Frederick goes along. Stilk is there as well. You begin to head up some of the rock side. With Kalon's help, as well as the survival, you begin to navigate to the north of where your current position is at, going into the mountainside through some evergreen trees and kind of sneaking back through switchbacks and thickets as you're kind of aimed towards getting to a protrusion of the rock that extends. It seems Kalon knows where she is going. While that is happening, these two are heading back. As they gotta head back, they climb up. You get to this point. They both go down onto a knee, clasp the hand against their chest, and lower their heads. Commander Malrim, there is 3 wagons. Horses and goats. There is individuals upon them as well.
We're not together.
Can I interrupt this guy? I have something to say.
Interrupted what?
I want to say to him, in I guess an undercommon. Why not? Call for the wizard Nereus and tell him that his employer requests him.
What is that supposed to mean?
Dougal goes, Nereus! Nobody, no answer.
It means you will have another captive. Call for him. Tell him Hrock sends for him.
Am I close enough to Dougal to like whisper to him, and maybe they can't hear? Right next to him. Shit.
It's tough. I mean, you'd have to probably do a stealth check to see if you can be quiet enough to be able to do that.
Dougal will help you by ripping it like apart to cover the sound.
Team lock. You see multiple
Fucking Christ.
kind of peek their ears up. Looks to be half this actual kind of group here. Kind of picks their ears up. Find anybody. Bring them alive. If they give you trouble, kill them.
I mean, that's harsh. You don't have to kill them. You didn't kill us.
They hop down, begin to trudge, weapons out, down the actual road, aimed for the 3 wagons. Again, at this Nereus at this point, Kalon seems to be very skilled in this terrain. Is moving quite quickly through it and aiding Burrow enough to be able to get up the cliff sides. Seems to be very, very in tune with nature, especially this particular environment. And at this stage, right, you're still early. It'll take time to get to potentially shelter what Kalon is looking for, but you will get there. Malrim at this point grabs a piece of food out of the back, the kind of the satchel thing, grabs a piece of this dried meat, bites into it.
Okay, I'm sorry for the deception. We have a wagon. It's filled with the sick and the elderly.
Silence!
Are my hands tied in front or behind?
In front. All your hands are tied in front.
I somersault over this guy and put him in a headlock.
It's 26 doors. There's 26 dwarves right here.
I somersault over that guy if I can,
And
and I go like this.
Okay. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Fuck. Almost got out of this alive.
Don't worry, guys. If you get carted off, I'm sure Nereus will come after you.
Ooh, is a nat 1 good?
It might be good in this situation to not be the first to react.
Touche.
Nereus, there's no need to roll your initiative at this point. You are not in this fight.
We're gonna fucking die.
That was an in-character thought, but it was not stated out loud.
Oh man.
So this is not my fault if it goes wrong.
As long as the bard dies first, I win.
Oh crap, you're right. Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
Well, yeah, this is probably not good for my side, right? The wizard is safe off in a fucking cave somewhere. Not even in initiative.
Oh, that's right. I had the... Never mind. I got it mixed up.
I think you had the bard?
Yeah, because...
I think I had Nereus. Yeah, this is probably not a good, I gotta jump in front of the bard.
I will not pay for 2 sessions. Kill me.
So I am grouping the trios on the actual ballistas right now. They are going to go in unison as they are actually operating them all together. They will have their own initiatives, but they'll be grouped together in the same initiatives. So the paths just cycle groups and those things. Is everyone rolled up?
Ooh, oh yeah. Rude.
All right, Tardan, you're first. You begin to see at this stage Indigo is in midair. Indigo, you are mid-air flipping over Malrin. That is where we're starting.
So I know I'm bound. Am I bound to the point that I could, like, since there's no one around me, that I could reach up and take out the gag?
Of course, yeah. No, you're bound in the front. You can try to just grab. You can also try to maybe even spit out the gag. It's seems to be. It's like a little piece of cloth that's been ruffled up and just shoved into your mouth really quick.
Let's see. We are not in a good spot.
You
I was
think?
not ready for us to go to combat while I was bound.
I can't wait to find what we're gonna roll next. I'm taking wizard. This is game over, man.
Well, hopefully not.
I'm going to run over and just jump in the cart and sit down.
All right, jumping in.
That's going to be the end of my turn.
Okay, so you started
Your compliance will be rewarded.
jumping in. Nice.
I don't even spit out the gag, by the way. Nope.
Seeing you in midair, this particular Grey Dwarf runs up to you, Sir Dougal, and reaches out to grapple you in an attempt to kind of pull you back. You are restrained, but you are not grappled. And you should make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check. All right, with the 12, you are grappled as well. I'm going to go ahead and put the grapple check on the one that is holding you. This one is now going to pull you away. I'm going to go ahead and movement speed there. You are pulled of your own volition. It's going to grapples you and then begins to drag and pull you back. That's its entire turn. We now come to Malrim. Indigo, I'm going to have you placed over Malrim. Quick grabs the war pick out that it has, and it glows with this weird purplish energy as it's held in the hand. It comes in for a swing towards you. 25 is going to hit. That does a total of 5 points of bludgeoning damage to you as it crashes down into your side of your shoulder. Malrim is also going to take a second attack towards you with the particular weapon. Comes back around, it's going to land a critical hit against you. Indigo, you take 20 points of bludgeoning damage and psychic damage as it comes swinging around, hitting you center into the chest. You see Malrim kind of grumble towards you, and it looks directly as you land down at the ground and go to wrap. You notice that this particular creature cannot be caught off guard.
Did you
Ending
say
turn.
and psychic damage?
Yes. The second swing did bludgeoning and psychic damage as it struck. It has this purplish energy about it as it's swinging through. Now, ending turn, this one is going to move 10 feet up, aim towards you. Rocky's going to be going for a grapple check similar to what happened to Sir Duguan. They seem to be attempting to pull you back to maybe restrain you further or get you out of the way of away from Malrim is a good way to phrase what's happening. So I need you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check, please.
Can I choose not to resist?
That's fine. You can choose to fail it. Yep.
Okay, I
Where
want
to go?
I want to kind of, as he goes to grab me, can I like try to make it look like, yeah, I'm going, but not because you're making me.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, you're giving off of that. You see, it's kind of shaking the head, understanding that maybe you're not doing what your friend is doing here. It kind of pulls you away. They're grabbing you and almost bringing you towards the edge of the cliffside, maybe towards the tree, unsure of what. That's going to end that turn. We now come to the left ballista. You see them beginning to rotate a little bit, all three. In so doing, I'm going to go ahead and kind of grab this token a little bit here and showcase what they're kind of moving in position is what it is. They're not picking it up necessarily, but it seems to be embedded, and they're kind of shuffling and moving it, revealing that there is a large kind of javelin in there. It goes in to fire away at you. This is going to be based off of crossbow, but with different damage dice. So I'm going to do the same, because that's the same dice. Okay, so your AC 16. Gotcha. So 17. Yeah, it's not going to hit. So they had advantage because you're restrained. As they rotated around, you notice there was difficult to do, right? Because they're aimed down towards the road, this one was. And so they're kind of grabbing it and rotating as best as they can. It fires off with a large twang. This massive javelin bolt thuds into the snow. Its size of the actual javelin bolt is roughly 2/3 of your height as it lands next to you. As it strikes into the ground, you now see them grabbing behind the tree, another one of them, and kind of a sack of some kind, and they're putting it in and moving with obscene haste to put another javelin into this, and they are able to reload it on this turn with all three of them. Indigo, it's your turn.
I just say sorry. I
Yeah.
got excited.
Yeah.
Yeah. I say, yeah. Sorry, I got excited. I thought a snake was coming up behind my leg, and I don't like snakes, and I just kind of jumped. You guys are very, you guys are jumpy. It's cool. I just don't like snakes. Sorry. My bad.
That's your turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Sir Dougal.
The well-known Arctic snakes of
So you're now seeing. You're now seeing.
I'm not from here. I think
Those-
there's snakes. Maybe it was the wind.
those cold-blooded Arctic snakes. Okay. Do I see? Have I been able to track where the weapons went and which direction our weapons went?
Yeah, the weapons are in the wagon, and you did see
In the cart.
Torden. You did see Torden dive into it. The mountain goats are on it currently, and they're bleeding as Torden like dove over them into the wagon. You see now Indigo's raising the hands up a little bit. Words are being spoken, and yeah, it's good times.
I'm going to rage. Bonus action rage. I'm not going
Okay.
to click on it though, because it spams a whole bunch of shit.
That's fine.
And then I want to engage the guy grappling me and see if I can't use our grapple to bring him closer to the cliff edge. What was the Z axis on the cliff height?
So you're grappled by him. So you actually cannot move currently. You have a movement speed of 0 unless you break that grapple. You cannot move him either because he has initiated that grapple. What you can do is you can attempt to break out of the grapple as an action, and then the next turn try to grapple them and bring them to the edge of the cliff. But currently you're almost a good way to describe what's happening is your hands are bound in front of you, and now you're kind of bear hugged in a way, right? And so you're at like a disadvantage to move them. And so if you shift your weight, you're just going to be potentially could be thrown prone, like, you know, in terms of like a judo situation or something, right? You definitely need to break what's happening to you first before you can attempt to maneuver them.
Okay, I will use my. I suppose I'll use my action to a bonus action rage action break the grapple, which.
Okay. So
Does it roll automatically with advantage, or do I have to do something crazy?
It should automatically, if you do an athletics check, it should give you advantage. If not, we can always roll 2 dice. All right, able to break it, no problem.
So that is bonus action, but if I move, I will provoke.
You could you could take a attack of opportunity, which could just be them trying to grapple you again. They might attempt to do that.
Right.
You are restrained, but your feet aren't restrained, so it might show that you have 0 movement speed. You don't, but you do have disadvantage on attack rolls and things, advantage against you. So if they swing at you, right? So.
I'm going to move. I'm gonna jump, leap, mirthful leap. What's it called? I don't remember. But rabbit hop.
Yeah, you're gonna rabbit hop.
Exactly, which doesn't provoke opportunity attack.
Correct.
To here, right behind this
You're gonna
great
go
dwarf.
through the tree.
Right through the tree.
No, I imagine that you're jumping, grabbing onto the side of the tree, and then hopping down off of it.
Swinging over, right,
Yeah,
terrific.
swinging kind of around it, which is typical. It's kind of a rabbit thing to do.
I'm going to try to position myself for some dwarf tossing, and then this is my turn.
Okay. That's fine. No problem. Go and do that. Okay, so end your turn there. Come to this one, seeing you break out, and then hop around. It's now going to come to your side here, Sir Dougal. As it does, it grabs out its war pick and comes in for a swing. Still bound. 19 is going to hit. Does 10 points of piercing damage, which you half to 5. This comes around across your shoulder. And kind of raises the war pick and pulls the shield out slowly. Again, there's a lot of gear upon this, and yells out, in common, stop resisting! Ends turn. Hobbles over the small ledge here, comes to the side. Mullen's like looking and kind of does like a little bit of a head nod, And your Indigo, it seems like this one is now attempting to grapple you. Do you resist that?
No.
Okay, so you are grappled. Without a check here. Just grabs onto you, doesn't pull you anywhere, just kind of holds you in place there. Ends turn. So in positioning, you see the javelins, the 2 javelins on the sides begin to rotate and turn. Tardan, you're technically in full cover from them. You have a massive cliffside. They're above, right, 20 feet or some on the air, and actually that angle, they can never hit there. You notice, Sir Dougal, there is an individual in front of you, and they don't take that shot. You see they're able to get the ballista turned, one of which actually has a tree in front of their line of sight, so they can't see you either. There's one ballista that would have potential of hitting you, Sir Dougal, and that one is just aimed kind of in that direction, but is unable to fire based on the fact that there's an ally in the way. So you're seeing that there is some coordination. They're not willing to fire on their friends or take that shot. And now we come all the way to Hrock.
Wow. Well, I was thinking of fighting back, but then I saw that there were 8 of them just between Sir Dougal and me. I think I'm going to call out that this is not the time to fight these guys and spend my turn doing nothing.
Okay. Ending turn. Now come to this one. So it kind of turns and looks at the one that let go of the grapple and kind of checks him a little bit and pushes past. Goes around the tree, comes up to your backside. Another grapple is coming towards you, sir. You should make an opposing athletics check. You'll have should have advantage on it.
I think I have advantage.
Okay.
Aha!
Kind of shake out of the way as they're kind of grabbing and they're yelling out another common. This one's feisty! Get him on the ground! It's turn. Tardan, you're up. No one really paid too much attention to you as you dove into the wagon.
So did I hear right that the mountain goats are they're already like hooked up to the wagon and everything?
They're hooked up to it, but it's not your traditional, wagon per se. I mean, these goats seem to have to be led. Like someone has to be out in front of them and kind of pull them along to be able to get this thing going. There are tools and mechanisms in there. You can see, kind of not necessarily like a whip, but something that would be used to kind of stimulate them to get going. Of course, you're unsure if they know where to go. If they've done this journey, they could potentially do that. This would take an animal handling check to figure out if you're going to attempt to get this cart to move or wagon to move with the goats without being in front of it leading them. That would be an animal handling.
Are the weapons in here bound or anything, or are they
No,
just
they're
kind of
just
like
loosely
thrown in
set.
here?
Yeah, they're just thrown in there.
So I could like cut my wrist pretty easy. Would that take an action, or like to cut myself free?
I'm gonna go ahead and call it a bonus action
Okay.
because you have using a kind of a tool to do that. So
Yep. And then I'm going to. Sorry, guys. Love you. Long time. Mean it. I'm going invisible. And I'm going to kind of use the wagon, and I'm going to jump into this. I'm going to like find a tree branch here to essentially not leave footprints behind the wagon, so that way they just have no idea where I went.
okay, jumping into the tree. See, you have a little shake from it. Plenty of sturdy branches in there. It's a lower stature tree, about 13 feet high. You're able to kind of get up in it easily. Won't have a check or anything. It's fine. Anything else in your turn?
Nope, that will be the end of my turn.
All right. Moving kind of around. It's having to shovel now at this point. Uses his entire movement speed to come around you, Hrock. Again, you're still in that position. Aim towards Sir Dougal is now going to attempt to knock you prone, shoving you into the ground. So this is going to be kind of a grab check to bring you into the ground. I need you. It's similar to a grapple, so I need you to make an athletics check.
Ooh.
10. So you are prone, so you are able to get you onto the ground. It's going to shove you into the snow. It's going to be the end of the turn. We now come to Malrum. Malrum takes out the large kind of warpick hammer. I should, kind of this bodied with this energy around it, nodding, and now you're kind of held down. Takes it and goes in for a swing towards you, Indigo, to knock you out. Right, Indigo, you take 17 points of damage as you are unconscious now. You are knocked out. That is non-lethal damage. So there's no death saving throw. So I'm going to go ahead and put the 1 there, and then just put the unconscious and the side symbol there. So you're kind of hit by it across the head, and you're flopped forward a little bit. Turns around, yells out in common, "Enough of this! Or you will all die!" Continues to hold you rock, doesn't move. This javelin does not fire, so going all the way around. Indigo, we'll go ahead and skip because you are unconscious. Now come to Serdugu.
This is a predicament. I mean, I really want to throw the dwarves off the cliff, but I see some of my friends are hurt, so I will not get up. I will remain. I'll calm down a little bit and remain prone, no longer attempting to resist.
Okay.
Felt like it was go time, and then suddenly it wasn't go time. we gotta work. We gotta work a little bit on our communicating here, guys.
I don't think it was ever go time.
You surprised me more than you surprised the dwarves.
New guy, sorry. I thought it was going to be cool, but definitely wasn't.
I'm just gonna stop presenting violence.
Okay. At this point in the fight, I have to ask, is anybody going to be taking combat actions? Nope. Everyone good?
I'd like to do one thing. What was this guy's name right to the north of me?
Morgrim?
Malrum.
Something like that? Malrum.
Okay. I want to look him in the eye and find the ability that I'm going to use, which might take a while. Oh my goodness. What's the one where I like to see if he has any vulnerabilities? I'm sorry.
Oh, you're attempting to see if he has any vulnerabilities. So that would be, look at your hunter's sense.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Right there.
Okay. So as you looking for vulnerabilities to this potential creature in front of you, it doesn't seem like he has any vulnerabilities as current. He seems to also have resistance. The resistance that you can kind of tell is to poison and psychic.
Alright, that'll do it then.
All right. That I'm going to go ahead and end combat.
I mean, really though, one step north and then Thunderwave and send all 4 of them off the cliff.
Is Thunderwave somatic? Otherwise, you would have had to break the binds, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, is it? I don't know. Yeah.
It could just be vocal.
No,
Yeah.
it's somatic.
That was my issue. That's why I ran for the card. I was like, if we're doing this, I'm breaking these binds on a weapon.
Make sure this one isn't dead or bleeding. So he begins to pull out from the backpack, setting it down, medical supplies, and actually begins to use medicine upon you. Where'd the other one go? Looks around. Yells outwards for the eastern ballista. Did you see that one? One speaks back. Commander Malrum. He went out of our sight to the north. To the rocks, I say. Wait for the others to get back. Oh, wow. Stops over towards you, Rock. Speaks in Undercommon. Why is it that your friends do not listen?
Because they are fools. That's an in-character comment. I do not mean to insult my fellow players.
Hey, you were the one that was almost gonna fight him earlier, so I take no offense in character to anything
Well,
that happens anymore.
They
That's
should
true.
be generous that I would offer such an audience with my prince. They should be fortunate and grateful. Instead, I am dealt. Points
Grateful.
over to Indigo. That.
By what right do you restrain our passage?
By the right of Prince Grawl Stonefist, seventh heir to the throne of Yolinja.
He controls this pass, then.
Clan Stonefist controls most of the northern Frosthorn and the underbelly, but we have been called. I have been given orders. We do not come to the surface willingly. Will I have any more trouble escorting you?
This is all in another language, right?
It's Undercommon, yep.
Will you have any trouble? What a good question. Surely 24 Duergar are enough to handle a few guests. Would you untie us as a sign of goodwill?
No. My question is simple. Will you give any trouble?
We will speak with your prince. Avoiding the question.
See anger over the face. Yell out for your friend.
What friend?
Walks over to Indigo's body, grabs out the hammer, channeling the energy, raises up in the air. Yell out for your friend.
Are all those who travel by caravan my friend?
Your companion. Your acquaintance. Whatever, I don't give a fuck. You couldn't have gotten far. He's still in earshot. He'll come to your voice. If not, so be it.
Let him die in the mountain if that is his choice. What friend do I have in one who abandons me in the time of combat?
At this point, you see the squad patrol, right, that was sent out, the Thrallmock, the kind of designation that was given to these individuals, right, as they're kind of shuffling backwards without anybody. So now you're able to see at this point, the rest of you, that they don't have anyone. Still, there's no Burrow, there's no Kawan, there's no Nereus, no Frederick. As they come back, they begin to kind of clamber upon the rock side, getting to a position right where they're kind of outstretched, seeing what has happened. All of them in unison fall down to the knee, clasping the hand over the heart. Speaks out. Commander Malrum, there was nobody with the wagons. These are all that was there with. But we did see there was some before.
Is that in common?
It's in common.
We're in such a great spot right now, by the way, guys.
Those are. I should apologize if we're allowed to speak. We lied to you, and we do have a wagon, but it was filled with the sick and the weak and the elderly. So I think you could imagine why we lied about it being there. The 3 inhabitants are more or less helpless and defenseless, and no match for your might.
Speaks in common to you. Flattery doesn't do well with me.
Well, that's the
You
story.
can continue to talk and spout lies or truth. It does not matter anymore. The word of my soldiers. There were those that were there, and they were not. Looks around. We best not be here if they get wise. And it's getting cold. We'll head for the fires and the frozen lake. Move. See them all begin to shuffle out, grabbing onto the wagon, leading the goats away. Indigo, you are thrown into that wagon in an unconscious state. Harak and Sir Dougal restrained. They begin to kind of push you and pull you a little bit by the actual roping and restraints and begin to lead you north up the actual mountainside through the snow. It's unclear of where exactly you're going as you're just traveling into darkness at this point through the Sitch Flags as they begin to wind up. Tardan, what are you doing?
I'm gonna wait about 15 minutes until they pass. And then I am going to hop down and go back to our original wagons, seeing as how I kind of have their path and kind of know where they're going. I can
Yeah, it's
figure that
well
out later.
entrenched. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm gonna go back to find our wagons and the rest of the party.
Okay.
And by rest of the party, I mean Nereus.
So, Nereus, you're with Kalan. You've traveled at this point right around 30 minutes northbound, and you kind of snake around a few for 15 more minutes. It's getting cold. You find kind of a mouth of a cave, a protrusion of rock, and a bluff. It extends outwards, about 60, 65 feet high. Kalan kind of shuffles in through a crack and begins to open up slightly. Pulls out wood, begins to light a fire for warmth. Pellets and things are laid out. The mountain goats and horses were left. It seems as though these Duergar did not take them. Tartan, you find that the horses and the mountain goats are still there, as well as the wagons. But in your search, Tartan, you don't find anybody. There's no individuals that are there. Are you attempting to potentially track them or try to figure out where they've gone?
You know, this is a hard choice. I think I'm just gonna wait in the wagons. I'm just gonna use what you call it, prestigitation on my clothes to just keep them warm, to essentially keep me warm, since you can warm up non-living substances.
And the wagons do have stoves in them. They are equipped inside of their interior spaces. You just fire wood as well, so you can go and get into a wagon and light a fire if you wanted to, or you can just say, you know what,
We're gonna sit here in the dark.
Sit here in the dark. Well, wait. Okay, so that's what you're doing, waiting and sitting in the dark. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and drag Nereus. I'll drag your token on, and I'll drag your token on as well, Tar, just to kind of give you that, and then rock. Okay. Rock there.
Can I say something to our commander as we are traveling?
Yeah, that's fine. Anything you want to talk about right now, Swivel?
Maybe I will. Commander Muldrin, was it?
Yes.
Do you know the Orc Chief Ukkar?
Just a name I am not familiar with.
Well, you would be best to familiarize yourself with it. Because if you harm me, then he will find out about it. And that is a war that you cannot afford.
The day that orcs find their way into the Northern Frostborn is the day that I see a pig fly in the air.
If you think you pitiful moles can withstand the full united orc clans, then so be it. I welcome the day when you wage war against us. Your blood will nourish the black earth beneath our feet.
Doesn't speak to you any further. Can you trudge on ahead, forming kind of a column formation as you're being led. Some of them are on your sides, mainly surrounding you two individuals, Sir Dougal and Rock. And then Indigo, you're in the wagon, and that's kind of in the middle of them, right? You're in kind of a front a little bit, and there's some people behind the wagon. Eventually, you're brought into this space. This is when we're going to go ahead and activate the map. I'm also going to adjust for time. About 2 hours of travel. As 2 hours of travel has kind of passed by, you have come into a somewhat of a clearing within the evergreen trees. It's not necessarily anything too vast or eccentric. It seems as though there used to be a tributary or maybe an underground river that has emerged and frozen over on the cliffside, winds its way through a forest of evergreen trees, and normally it's to splash down, but it's frozen, and there's a pooling of water, and that's frozen as well, and that kind of stream continues into the trees. So you're in the thick of almost like a forest at this point. And on your left and your right side, as the switchbacks kind of subside, and the incline that you've been going on, it's quite steep at times through some of the switchbacks, and that has ended at this point. You're noticing that the bend in the road continues for a brief moment, going for a little bit of an incline, maybe roughly 100, 150 feet, and then there's something dropping. So you're just seeing kind of a mound of a hill above you on the north side off the map. Cliff sides to your left and right. The one to your left is roughly 15 feet tall, and then the one to your right where the actual waterfall is, that's about 30 feet in height. You're seeing shuffling and shadows coming from the left side of the actual cliff, the one that's 15 feet high, just suggesting patrols or sentries, right, that they actually are going to pitch themselves up there with no light. But on the actual lake and near some of these Harak Mining Company wagons that have been removed in most of their actual wood materials on top of them, they've been stripped. It's almost in a way. Nails and other things are kind of loosely falling into the wagons and shuffled around. They are just littered here in a way. One of which is now the one that was Indigo was thrown in, and your weapons are currently in that wagon. Indigo's kind of plopped in there. One of the Duergar is currently positioned in that wagon looking over, and they begin to break out food, rations, and other sorts of things as they're breaking out. Some of the actual Duergar are already here. They're kind of positioned in. Malrum kind of approaches them and is whispering to them and talking and other things. If you're attempting to perceive that, you can always roll perceptions based on the campfire and the howling wind and the snow continues. But it's definitely something you can attempt to hear Commander Malrum communicating to the individuals that are presently here. Now, as we come into the night, Sir Dougal and Harak, you're brought to the fire and you're actually offered food. So they are providing you rations, and they're kind of putting it in your hands and not undoing your bindings of any kind, but just kind of shuffling them down a little bit more into the forearm so you can actually grip it and then begin to eat it. And they're giving you these rations. What you're understanding about their cuisine is that it is some dried, cured meat of a creature that you've never seen before. It's like kind of like a bluish green meat. It's very strange and pungent smelling, but it's very salty and tastes good. And the fungi that are accompanying it are dried of large pieces of a fruiting body. So as you imagine, like a mushroom would be like a handful size or smaller than that. This is like a piece of the fruiting body, like piece of the cap, and it's big enough to fit into the palm of your hand, and it's dried just in that way. So you imagine how big these mushrooms might get, where they come from. Could be insane. So as they're kind of giving you that seems what they eat. They're also giving you water skin and kind of handing you water skins and giving you that for you to drink. And they're keeping you fed. They're also kind of putting bear pelts of a variety over your shoulders to keep you warm. Some of the individuals are now at this point getting out bedrolls and kind of laying them out on the ice or the snow. Others are digging more entrenched positions to kind of get towards the actual more of a frozen layer that they're not melting, right, and having water come onto their bedrolls. And so there's a lot of work happening here. Malrum at this point has sat down at the fire. Sitting down upon the fire, eating, looks towards you both. Doesn't say anything, but just looks towards you both as eating.
I eat everything. I'm not shy. I'll ask him, what's Prince Grawl like?
Prince Grawl Stonefist is honorable and loyal. He is a perfect example of a leader I would die for.
Is he young? How young is he?
Young is a context. Not sure how long your race lives for.
How many winters has he seen?
He has seen 230 winters.
And he's still a prince?
Correct. There is many in the line of Stonefist. He does not lay claim to the throne.
Oh, you said that. He was 7th in line. So 6 more people have to die.
Does your prince make alliances with surface dwellers?
Alliances have been made. Yes.
Really?
Prince Grawl was instructed many years ago. Based on an alliance that was formed, that which I am not privy. I have served Prince Grawl for all of my life. In Svolbach War, I nearly died. It was Prince Grawl that saved me. My life is indebted.
Do I know what that war is?
Roll history. 10. You do not.
Who is the ruler that he is in succession to?
That would be our king. King Thom Stonefist.
what is the prince's relation? Son?
That is correct.
Then he has 7 sons, at least.
At least. Hmm. Hmm.
Does your prince make alliances with orcs?
No. We do not encounter or experience orcish kind. We do not trudge from our mountain. Not without reason. And even then, do not go into the realm of where orcs are found.
Then what reason have you to take me hostage?
You are trespassing and defying an order that has been bestowed to me. That is reason enough. And you are given audience to Prince Grawl to state why. That should be enough.
All right.
So at this point, Tard, no one showed up. You're still there. Kalan is current with you, Nereus. Fire is going. Food is being cooked. Kalan is actually cooking, creating kind of a meal out of a variety of stuff that they just very quickly took. Burrow as well has plenty of food stored in a backpack he took as well. Stilk is feeding Frederick. They seem to have a kind of a just casual conversations going. Kalan looks towards you. What do you think happened to them? What do we do next?
I suppose we'll see what's left of the wagons tomorrow morning. If any luck, we continue on.
Do you think the livestock will survive? I think they'll handle the cold very well.
What was your plan for them tonight, if this hadn't happened?
There's tents and shelters that we build for them, and we light fires to keep them warm. Do the best we can. They are quite hardy, but even in the cold temperatures such as this, they won't survive. See kind of a pain overcome. Out kind of goes to the mouth of the cave and looks up through the trees. It's been several hours now. Could always try heading back now, seeing if they've left.
I suppose it would be good to know if we're stuck in this mountain for now. It's not as if I'm the leader anyway.
No, we stay here.
Okay.
I'll head there.
All right.
Keep Burrow and Stilk and the newcomers safe, huh? It's the bow around the shoulder. Tightens the pelt cloak that she has. I'll be quiet.
Don't do anything stupid. If you value your life, these creatures are dangerous for someone like you.
I understand. She walks out of the cave. This conversation brings itself to about midnight. Indigo, I need you to make a constitution check, please. Still unconscious. Sir Dougal. Rock, what do you... Food is 8 by this point. You see that they have their bedrolls out. Malrum has pitched a tent over kind of here. It's going to be making way for that momentarily as he's been going back and forth, making sure that everything's fine. Is there anything that you're doing at this point?
I don't want to draw too much attention to myself, but I will see how loose I can get my restraints to be without removing them.
Okay. Go ahead. Are you trying to be stealthy about it, or are you just trying to just check them?
I guess I'm just trying to, yeah, I guess I'm just checking them to see how much effort it would require to be free of them in an emergency situation.
Sure. They are not expertly tied. It seems you could attempt to break them even with the ropes. This cold out, they're getting quite chilled. There's also kind of a fire in front of you. You can always light them up and just burn them off. You also could try to dexterously get out of them. The acrobatics and see if you can try to get out of it. They don't take captives, it seems.
Right. I mean, I'm thinking about Sir Dougal's thinking about like pack of wolves right now. Just because we're captives doesn't mean that they're our only threat. Right? Like,
sure.
while being captives, we could still, fall victim to some terrible predator.
Yeah. I mean, there could be a creature that comes out and everything, and there are sentries, there are patrols. There, you can see shadows and stuff at your backside, and you imagine that there are people still awake, even though people are going to sleep, and that this is an established area to rest. This seems to be.
They'll be eaten first.
Yeah, they'll probably. Yeah, exactly. You're probably hearing screams and things before a creature gets to you.
Okay, so then I'm not going to struggle against them or try and loosen them. They seem loose enough already. I'll find a comfortable enough place to sleep.
Okay. So as you're kind of like looking towards the ground, you see that they begin to actually grab out bedrolls and lay them out for you both. And I'm going to go ahead and separate just a little bit. So it seems as though they're kind of sleeping next to you, some of them here, kind of pitching their rolls out. That one there. And it's communal in the snow. They don't seem to pitch tents, just these bedrolls as they shovel out some of the snow and get out. Indigo, the one next to you, you're unconscious here, but for Sir Dougal and Brock, seems to grab bedroll and just kind of begin to sleep in the actual wagon. Seems to be almost like you're assigned individuals that would be positioned to you. And some of the actual fires, they're still awake. They're not going to sleep around their fires. They're keeping watch, keeping awake. As time passes by, all three of you are able to take long rests at this point, since you're going to be doing anything for the rest of the night.
Before we actually shut our eyes for the night, can I make an appeal to my direct guard with my bindings and ask if I can just be permitted a moment to help heal our fallen comrade, the one in the wagon?
If you want, it kind of picks you up a little bit, doesn't say anything to you, kind of grunts, motions over the wagon.
No funny business. No, I will not resist, I will not run, I will not fight, I just want to see if I can't prevent him from passing in the night.
Go.
I'll slink over to the cart
Stays behind you the whole time.
And slip off the bindings. Or, you know what? Better yet. No. Better yet, I'll hold them out to him and see if he will untie them just momentarily.
Looks towards you, looks towards the hands. Grumbles. Make a persuasion check. Grabs the rope back. Go lay down, sleep. Your friend will be fine.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry. I was just.
Before we go to sleep, I gotta ask the commander something.
He's in bed, but yeah, we can retcon it. Sure.
I didn't want to interrupt anything.
No, that's what I was figured. So we can retcon it right before he goes into the tent. Sure.
I want to ask him, do you know why this world has 2 moons?
No.
Well, are you familiar with the orc clan, the White Breakers?
No.
Well, I have a feeling that that will change in the near future. But regardless, there is such a clan, and this clan is engaged in the activity of raising wolves to fight alongside them. And in the time before memory, when the world was young, this clan was under siege by its neighbors. And so its priestess he undertook a great journey. She climbed to the top of Mount Chris and she labored to put the eye of her slain wolf in the sky. And that is where the second moon comes from. And if you are foolish enough to make war with these orcs, you will find that their wolves have drawn power from their second moon.
Good thing the moon does not shine underground.
Yes, it is good for dwarves to stay underground.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Good night then. Get some sleep. Just off to the tent. Closes the flap behind. Disappears. Into the folds. Starting back at the wagon, keeping yourself nice and warm. You're tranced out, right? Resting. There's a subtle opening of the door. No. Hear a voice.
Who's there?
You're alive. It's Kalan.
Oh, yes. There's much to discuss. The other 3 have been taken hostage by the dwarves. And are probably on their way to the Dwarven City.
Why? I don't understand, but do what I can to help.
I feel like tonight there's not much to be done. However, I do plan at first dawn to follow the trail and see if I can catch up to them. There's a lot of them and not very many of me, so I should be able to make up the speed.
See. Well, we can go get the others. You think we're safe here?
I believe so. I have made no effort to really conceal myself, and no one has come However, I'm not sure how long that will last, but I would assume we have until first light.
Well, I can help track them. I should be able to find their trail.
That would be much appreciated, Kalan.
We're aiming to catch up to them. We might leave earlier.
As long as everyone's well rested, that's all that really matters. I don't need
Well,
anyone getting dragged behind because they're tired.
If you want to start, there are some rods in here and canvas if you can begin to set up some tents. Not sure if you know how, but we can figure it out. Sure, the goats
I'm
and the
sure I can
horses,
figure
they're
something
still
out.
alive, but I don't think they'll be alive in the morning. It's quite cold.
Do we have any blankets or anything that we can give them?
Try wrapping them with pelts and things we have, but we don't have that many for all of the goats and all the horses. Light fires as well, if it's safe. If not, just try to keep them as warm as possible. I'll be back.
I'm gonna nod at her and I'm gonna start grabbing the tents and start trying to put them up for everybody.
Not gonna have you roll or anything for that, right? Try to reason through it and find it. So eventually, as passes in the night here, you see Kalan kind of shuffle in movement here in Ares, heading back in for the actual cave. Burrow is fast asleep. Some of you are, still in Frederick asleep as well. I think at this point, Ares, I don't know if you're asleep, but Kalan walks in, shuffles in, and motions towards you, sleep or not, begins to kind of push and touch your shoulders a little bit to gently kind of get your attention if you're not awake.
Yeah, he's not asleep. He's not gonna trust that something bad wouldn't happen. So.
Just shuffles in, then kind of caresses your shoulder just a little bit, and then sits down next to you. One of your friends is at the wagons.
One of them survived.
It says, well, all of them are still alive as far as they know. We refer to them as captive, taken, hostage.
Who is it?
It is the elf, I believe Tardan is the name.
Well, I was wise to have us get away when I did. It seems they only took the worthy and impressive ones.
Oh, okay. Well, Tardan aims to track them and catch up with them, and I think it'd be good if we headed out earlier than first light. And obviously the trail started where they got taken. I might be able to work through here and go around maybe some of the individuals that might be looking in case we follow.
I suppose for once he might have some information that's of use. Know exactly what's around that bend.
I'm gonna go back. If you want to stay here in the cave, looks like they're all asleep here. Keep them safe. I don't think anything's gonna bother you tonight. I'm gonna help Tardan set up to keep the animals warm. And from there, we'll meet up with you here and then try to find the trail.
The animals are our only means of getting off this mountain. Can't leave it up to him. I'll come with you. And he pulls out a piece of parchment and writes a quick note. Went back to the wagons. Don't die. Puts it by Frederick.
That's what I've read, Rick. Okay.
He doesn't
Or
sign
Frederick.
or anything.
Kalan leaves the cave and takes you with her, begins to head for the wagons. Eventually, some time again passes by. You get to the wagons, the tents. You've done a great job, Tardan, getting them kind of pitched up, and seems as The best way to describe these is they are kind of pop-up shelters that extend from the front end of the wagons, and they kind of like latch on to the shelter that is built on top of the wagons there, and they kind of drape over, and then the canvases fall down into the sides. They're really just there to break the wind and kind of get away from the harshness of it, and potentially light a fire within those spaces. They're quite large, and they take up a great deal of room, which might suggest now that those are gone, there's a lot of kind of room inside of the wagon interiors to rest in, right? So kind of removing some of those things outwards adds more room into the interspaces, and that is potentially where Kalan and Burrow and they would sleep. So at this point, Tartan somewhere along the wagonscape here, Nereus begins, as well as Kalan begins to come down from the actual cliffside. You're still awake. Everyone's still awake, and eventually you meet up at this point. Kalan's kind of breathing hard from the journey back and forth a little bit, moving quickly. Is that possible? And motions to you and grabs the hand and kind of looks and phrases that Nereus is there, and Nereus kind of comes out from the darkness. At this point, Kalan, I'm gonna go tend to the animals. Kind of shakes her head, begins to move on to kind of pick up where you are leaving off here, Tartan.
Nereus will hold up a hand before Tartan can even say anything. This is the only time I am ever going to ask you to speak. If you make me regret it, I will kill you tonight. Are we clear?
Tartan's just gonna shrug. I make no promises.
What the hell happened?
All right, so you see what happened was we came up on this wagon, and then there was 3 ballistas, and there was a bunch of dwarves. There was a lot of dwarves. There was like 25 dwarves. So we decided the best option was to lay down our weapons. Indigo, for some reason, decided to attack the main guy. So in the chaos, I decided to use the opportunity to go invisible and wait to come back here to you guys. And yeah, that's where we're at.
You laid down your weapons.
There was a lot of dwarves. Also, have you ever seen a ballista? They're not very friendly. I don't suggest having one of them pointed at your face.
I can't say I'm acquainted with one, but... Alright, so should we assume they're dead and carry on to the city, or...?
No, the dwarves appear to be honorable, so they are most likely going to stick with the original arrangement that I made with the captain. That's what I'm going to call him now, the captain. And probably take them to see Prince Stonefist. So they should be alive. If they wanted to kill us, they would have killed... Oh yeah, so when Indigo attacked, they didn't kill Indigo, they just knocked Indigo out. So Indigo's still alive too. But yeah, so if they wanted us dead, they would have killed us.
This is why I hate this. Alright, well, we'll at least attempt to get them back, but I will be getting a lot of extra gold for this. Are we clear?
Haruk was paying you. That's between you and him, but I would assume he values his life, so I see no problem with it.
I will not embark on a mission that I am not being paid extra for. I was hired to guide, not to rescue.
Can we at least see how many dwarves there are? Look, I'll give you 5 silver per dwarf you kill, okay? That'll be your extra compensation.
That's barbaric.
You literally blew one's head off not even 24 hours ago.
He would not won't shut up, and he said that we might as well just kill him. I was
Yeah,
being
well, I'm
very
saying we might as
aggressive.
well just kill these ones.
That was the plan, but my magic is not free.
That's why I said 5 silver a kill.
5 gold a day for this rescue.
Yep, I'm gonna make Haruk pay me back, but yep.
Good. We're done. Don't speak anymore. And he'll
Hey,
climb into one of the wagons.
I'm gonna go to a different wagon. Actually, I'm gonna find the horses, and I'm gonna take the horses into kind of the shelter area, since it seems like it was meant for more people, and at least make sure that 1 wagon worth of animals stays alive.
Yeah, yeah. It seems Golan is quite good with these animals and knows what to do in setting this up. Does not light fires, grabbing as much warm stuff as possible to kind of dangle upon the animals and kind of group them together and just keep them alive, right? Keep them fed, keep alive. And it seems with Kalan's help and with your help here, both of you, it seems this will preserve the animals' lives, right? Just being there and kind of taking care of it. Now, doesn't mean you can't all long rest. Kalan is actually going to get some rest as well, trancing out for 4 hours here. But it's important to note that Kalan seems very like war ready at this point, right? Like going to be waking up early in the hours and might be attempting to track you all down before even you all awake. Sir Duke, don't know that, right? But that's kind of given what your information you've given to Kalan, is that Kalan is not wanting to leave anything to chance for you to your party members to get any further away, because you're seeing maybe just passively the capabilities of Kalan are going to become limited, right? As far as like the further the individuals go to track, especially with the snow falling down and the weather conditions and things that are happening, make it very difficult.
Yep.
So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and progress time as you all can undergo a long rest. Go ahead and advance here. So what's happening here for Sir Dougal and Haruk, as well as Indigo, they kept keeping the fires up, continuously pumping them full of fuel. Many of them are still asleep at this point, 5 a.m. In fact, the majority of them are still asleep. They're still taking their long rests to get re-energized and there. Sir Dougal, Haruk, you both are going to be asleep at this point. Indigo, I need you to make another Constitution check, and then after you make the Constitution check, we'll go ahead and tell you some things, and then we're actually going to go to Tardan, Kalan, and then Nereus, because Kalan is awake prior to this point. It's going to begin to attempt to track. Okay, 10? Awesome. All right. So, Kalan wakes up at roughly, at this point, 4 hours, so it's about 4 a.m., okay? And upon Kalan waking up, begins to motion towards you, Tardan, first. Right. Seeing that you might potentially be trancing as well, goes up to you. Wherever you may be in the realm of the wagons here. Kalan stayed with the animals through the trance in the middlemost wagon. And finds and immediately looks towards you. Do you think that is it worth it?
Is it worth it to track them down? I struggled with that question myself. However, out of a sense of obligation, I feel like we are all... There's more at play here, and given the fact that you guys are going to have to make this trek again, figuring out what's going on with the dwarves is going to be beneficial for not just us, but for you guys as well.
Understand. I'm gonna go wake up your friend, and then we can get going. Are you ready?
Yes. And I will go ahead and start walking towards the path, the start of the path.
As you do that, kind of goes and stops. I think we should make our way to the cave first. And then from there, pick up trail. If I believe correctly, you said they headed north. Or at least that's what it looks like.
Correct. They had a pretty well dug trail. It looks like they come back and set up pretty regularly, so I'm not sure how that's going to play out.
My skills, I think I might be able to find where they're traveling through, but not at the start. It might be too risky. Besides, we should tell the others they're in the cave to the north of here and could save some time.
Sounds like a plan then. I will follow you.
Goes towards Unarius, knocking upon the actual wagon door a little bit. You hear a tap.
Yes.
Now you, I'm gonna let you. You have a long rest, but you probably need to sleep longer. Opens the door slowly. Unarius, are you ready?
I will not die for those men. If things look bad, I will retreat. You should do the same.
Right. Okay. First, we need to find them. For that, we need to move
I can
quickly.
help you. I'm rather good at it after.
Couldn't hear you. You broke up. Say it again.
I can help you with that. I'm rather gifted.
We'll make our way to the cave where we were. Stayed a little bit last night. We'll tell the others, and from there we'll head east and try to see if we can catch up to them.
All right.
Okay. So, fast tracking. We'll go through some. It gets to the cave after travel. Okay. Forms them. They begin to. So they're going to stay in the cave, so the animals are kept warm enough. Kalan is. It's not going to risk them trying to navigate them through back to the actual wagons. Burrow and Frederick. Tells them to wait. That's when Kalan kind of says, if we're not back by midday, right? We're not back after several hours. Head back to the wagons and leave. Okay? So if we're not back, then you need to go. Kalan went ahead and rolled checks. Kalan had a fantastic survival check. So at this point, I need you, Tarda, and you, Darius, to roll stealth checks.
The water conceals many things.
Okay. So, I'm going to also advance the time, and it's this point. So, Kalan, being a ranger, this potential favorite terrain, actually can move through it quite quickly and at a stealth pace. So, is able to kind of just move through it. Even the patrols and things that are moving around the forest, Kalan is able to navigate through and by them and get to this point upon the actual ledge. It's 7 o'clock. Indigo, you are awake. You have full rested. This is where we're actually going to get into the Constitution check of a 10. So you actually rolled just high enough that you are awake from your unconscious state with a long rest prior to the Duergar being awake. Okay, Sir Dougal and Rock, you are both still asleep. Okay, but Indigo, because you were asleep for a longer period, because you were unconscious for a longer period, you actually woke up earlier than the rest. Now, there are others that are not asleep, right? Some of the fires are kept going, so they're shuffling and moving around. However, the one next to you is asleep. So, Tardan and Kalan here in Nereus, as you are moving stealthily up to the edge of this cliffside that is 15 feet above, you're just now seeing the smoke through, right? The actual smoke of these fires, and even the shuffling of snow and everything from some of these creatures up ahead, getting to this area. Indigo, at this point, at this time, given the light and the situation, you know that the creatures around you are going to be beginning to wake up from their long rests. However, you are awake earlier.
Well, Torton and Darius and none of them are in range or behind me or anything like that. Yeah.
No, they are in the process. Their tokens are on the board. They're beginning to be coming into the space at the top left of the map on the cliffside. They're stealthily moving up. This essentially, before you get to anything, maybe combat or whatever's going to happen, you have actions and things you can take that seems as though before people start waking up.
Well, I don't want to do anything crazy again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I'll just sit there. I'll sit up. So they're very well aware of the fact that I'm awake, but I'm just sitting there,
Okay.
like with my feet on the wheel, awake, but I'm not. Just to show, like, yeah, I could have ran, but I didn't.
Okay. Sounds good. So at this point, they start waking up, as well as you, Sir Dougal, and you, Harak. And at the same time as you all are waking up, Arden, Nereus, and Kalan are at that point on the field. So Kalan kind of steps through and has the bow kind of out, shuffling, and looks, and your voices and movement kind of yelling outwards from some of the people down below. And then this guttural language similar to what you've been hearing before. And you're now kind of getting an idea as you're looking over the cliffside. Kalan kind of ducks down, looks to the right side, left. Doesn't seem to be anybody coming towards you up on here.
Well, I think we can make use of your cowardly magic if you want to disappear from your preferred visage as far as I'm concerned, and go down and cut our friend's bindings.
Does it look like enough people are still asleep that this could be a reasonable plan? How many people? I guess how many people
So-
do I see?
They are awake at this point. Given the time it took for you all to get into this position, they are awake. One of the factoid kind of information was that some of these Duergar stayed within the same area that you all were binded at that choke point on the pass. Some of them stayed there, and so Kalan kind of not knowingly said, I'll take the opportunity to get to the cave and then fast track it around through the actual terrain, and because I can do the same travel time being a ranger, right? So got you to this point quicker than they could get to this point using that passage. That's just based on being a ranger as well as being able to stay stealthy while they're at that pace. So at this point, it is like 8 o'clock, and that is the time that these creatures have full rested and they are awake. So they're now rising, they're up and moving around. From what you're getting just perceptively, you're not seeing anything. The tent's still up, right? They haven't packed anything up. Doesn't look like they're ready to go. Not for another half hour to an hour at least are they actually ready to go and maneuver, right? The mountain goats have been taken off the actual The mountain goose has been taken off the actual wagon. That you're able to perceive. Indigo is currently sitting down, right, kind of awake and upright a little bit. They've been kind of pulled offwards and shuffled over here by this thicket here. They're kind of tied up on that bush, and they're right. That's kind of the situation that you're seeing. Could you navigate through them being invisible? You have to go through snow and terrain. It is possible.
Yeah, given my last run-in with snow and these guys, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm going to look at Nereus, and I'm just going to shake my head. We saw how the snow and my invisibility played out. It's almost like sending off a giant beacon to my location with the holes in the ground. So I don't believe that's our option. I think we're just going to have to follow them.
It'll be much easier to get away from them while they have a camp set up. Pursuing us is foolish.
Be
We
able
can
to
get
track
them away.
I won't be able to track them if they're underground.
Do you think between the 6 of us that we can take out the 15-ish dwarves we see here?
If they hadn't laid down their weapons, maybe.
I believe their weapons are in that cart that Indigo is in. So we can get them their weapons. Hey, don't you have that one spell that sleep spell? Can't you like knock a bunch of them out?
It would be some, not very many.
I have magic myself.
I was considering a fog cloud would probably be much more useful to place it on top of the majority here. And hopefully enough confusion that our companions might do something, but I don't know.
I can make it so your footsteps are not observed.
Can you?
Can. My magic is very limited. I held until we got to a point that it might be needed.
Then I could easily go invisible, go to the cart, get them their weapons, and get them unbound, and we can prepare for battle if you guys think we stand a chance.
Undoing their bindings would be the most valuable, but yes, it looks like Indigo is right there, and he's the most useful without a weapon, so getting to him first. React sooner rather than later.
Alright, if you can make my footsteps unseen, then let's do this.
Okay.
You didn't kill us the first time?
Okay,
We're giving you
so-
another shot.
Touches each of you and uses the spell Pass Without Trace upon each of you and herself as well, making sure your tracks and different things are not there. You also get +10 to your actual stealth checks as well. She does that. You should be hidden. Everything that you leave behind will be removed.
Then I am going to target myself and cast invisibility. And start making my way down towards everybody.
Okay. So what I need from you is I just need a stealth check at advantage, just for the sound.
Was advantage alt? No.
Yeah,
Control,
hold on,
right?
Alt. It should. It might actually give. I don't know if it gives it to you. Sometimes it does. It doesn't. So. 26.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
All right. I'm just gonna go this way.
Dougal grabs you and moves you to the fire. Yeah, eat, get ready. He can stand you food. Rock gets you to the back of the fire as well. He's kind of shoved you towards. Both handing you food at this point, holding you from your bed rolls.
We're gonna do a little wide berth here. I'm gonna grab Dougal's, or I guess the rapier and the weapons for Harak. And without saying anything to Indigo, I'm just gonna kind of gently put a laceration in his thing. I'm not gonna cut it all the way off so that it falls. And then I'm going to... I don't know how I want to do this.
Neither do we.
So I do want to specify something. So invisibility. So as far as the spell is concerned,
Oh, yeah.
we have to make sure that we understand if you're grabbing the weapons and you're moving them, anything the target is wearing or carrying is invisible as long as it's on the target's person. So yours is a concentrated spell. So as you touch these weapons and you pick them up, they will become invisible because you technically will be carrying them.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still going to pick those up and hope that the dwarf in the cart doesn't notice.
Okay.
And... oh, actually, I can walk right here. So we're going to go this way. I'm going to come right here. And...
As you pick the weapons up, it seems its perception is not good enough with your passive, potentially sleight of hand, or even your stealth check. You did even get the perception check. It seems to be fixated upon Indigo at this present moment, just kind of sitting back and shoveling food in the mouth as well. So he's like looking up and down and motioning to you, Indigo, at this point to give you food.
all right. So I'm going to walk over here to the fire.
Okay.
Is the fire lit?
It is
Is
lit.
it cold enough?
All the fires are lit right now. They've been throwing wood upon them. Seems to be bits and pieces of the actual wagons. They've kind of torn apart.
I don't know how I want to do this. This is not... why did you guys put me in this position? I'm gonna come to this side of the fire and I'm gonna drop concentration and kind of throw the rapier and Harak's warhammer at them, and say, "Hi, guys."
Very concentrate. Hold on. You do know if you let go of the weapons, they will become visible.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I'm just gonna throw them to them, and I'm not gonna say a
you should
word.
literally just throw them. and then
Throw
they'll
the
literally
weapons at
just
their
appear.
faces.
Yeah, make sure
I'm
you
just
throw
gonna
it.
toss them. I'm just gonna simultaneously toss them at both of them and not say a word.
Make sure you throw it pointy end first. Thanks.
Oh yeah, for Dougal's, I'm definitely throwing the rapier at like his body.
Okay, but you're not doing anything with their bindings at all. You're just giving them weapons.
No, yeah, I'm just tossing their weapons to them.
Okay, so as you toss the weapons to them, you see as they come visible, landing either on your lap, kind of hitting you a little bit, and just clanking around you at this point. It takes a little while, right? I'm gonna imagine like it's like ching ching ching, like throwing dishes or something at this point, because it takes a little bit. You notice that once around the fires, you're kind of just like turning and looking as these armaments are like just appearing in front of them. They're just like, and they're just like staring at what's happening, and then one stands up and just says in common, "What the fuck is happening?"
Some groups just want to die, man.
This is at this point that they need everyone to roll initiatives.
Ugh, that initiative is gross. Going the same as Tartan.
Fine, I rolled a nat one. Indigo rolled a nat. What is up with all our ones today?
There's a
Dude,
lot of ones. At least you're getting them on the, you're getting them on like the initiative roll instead of like an attack roll or something, right? Like always gotta take that, right?
But on the initiative roll, when there's like 15 people, so you're going at the end of the round.
Okay, so initiatives are rolled. Before we get into this combat, we will go ahead and take a break. I think it's a good time to do it. So as the weapons are kind of thrown out to you, these big creatures caught surprise. So they're surprised. It's not something that they were expecting at all in the slightest. Unfortunately, you are technically restrained currently, Sir Dougal and Harak, but you will have a surprise, which is a normal attack if you attempt to do so, or you'll have advantage to break your bindings on your turn. Indigo, you are not restrained. You're just pseudo restrained at this point, as your bindings are lacerated enough that you can just snap out of them and get to work. So there's that. Nereus and Kalan, well, obviously they'll have you're catching them by surprise, and then as well as you, Tarn, it's surprising weapons coming out as well. So just kind of stating some things before we get into it. I see Harris shaking the head.
It's the second time in an hour that I was caught more off guard by my own party members than the enemy was.
If it makes you feel any better, the wizard is safely tucked away up on a cliff while the bard is right by the fire down
I
there.
can't
Yeah,
wait.
I'm
for
invisible,
a
though.
fucking-
It's true.
I'm invisible though.
For
He is
now,
I
invisible.
for
cannot
now.
wait for a fucking polar bear to walk up behind you
Yeah, no.
and
If that happens,
eviscerate your ass.
if that happens, Will's gonna be like, "Oh, I know what side you're on."
Yeah, you guys don't realize I agreed to split the money with the winnings with Mike.
Hey, but both of them up there, Kalan and you both have pass without trace. Okay, so I mean, you're if you want to roll stealth up there as well as Nereus, you can. You do have a passive stealth. I'm taking with +10 right now, so there's that.
I mean, he's not worried about it right now. I don't think they're going to pay attention to us up on, like, look on this
Yeah,
specific
they're
cliff
all
area when nothing has happened.
They're all staring at the one Druid that just said "what the fuck." Like they're literally like, "What the fuck?" Like literally, it's like things just appearing in the air right around them. Okay, well, if you're watching the stream, appreciate. Thanks. It seems as though the group is.
Fuck.
Hey, I don't think so. I think this is a way better situation than you were before. I think
four
this
of
is,
us. We,
Why is it better?
Uh.
Is it better because we have a wizard hiding?
there's less.
200 feet away.
There's technically there is a little bit less of these Endurgar, and
Right,
there's no
there are.
No
ballistas.
ballistas.
There's no ballistas.
And you have your wizard, who, I mean, MVP, right?
MVP at range and
13,
protected.
16, 17.
Have no fear. If you're watching the stream, appreciate it. Thanks so much. We're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll come back. Hopefully you join us then. So we'll see you soon. Be back.
Group 5.
All right, welcome back. Group 5 coming in the second half of the session here. We're going to be starting with We're gonna start with some combat to start us off with yours. Seems as though we have weapons being delivered by invisible source. Kalan has expertly tracked around, getting upon the cliffside and catching up to the party members that have been captured or at least restrained and brought with these Duergar, these Grey Dwarfs. And we're gonna go ahead and get started immediately here. Begin combat. Looks like Sir Dougal, you are going to be the first one as we come into your.
I'm going to spend. I guess I have to. If a spell has a somatic component, I have to free myself of the bindings, right?
You see, as you pull your bindings, Puff Redwall gives you a wink on your shoulder, so you're no longer restrained as they fall off.
I'm going to move to this square, and that was my action.
No,
Oh, really?
Puff
He
Redwall
did it for you.
Terrific!
It's doing all night. I had that set.
Pays to
I was
have a
like,
squire.
What a champ! And then from this position, we're going to cast Thunderwave.
Okay. Should be able to cast it, pin it to the corner. Yeah, and that might make you roll a save, but no worries. Ooh, only 4 points, a 3 and a 1. That's
embarrassing.
that's not good. But we do have an effect of being pushed away potentially, so we'll see what happens. That is extremely sad. They all succeeded.
And what? Resisted, what, 2 damage?
So they take 2 points of thunder damage from your thunder wave. And I believe since they succeeded, they are not pushed back.
Correct. And then bonus action, Rage.
Okay, I'll click it for you so you don't have to wall of text. Anything else?
That's it. That's it.
All right, ending turn, we come to one on the top side of the campfire, goes for the tent flap, opens it, and yells out, "Commander! Commander!" Ends turn. While the campfire turns and shifts, grabs and wields the weapons as an action, has to grab the shield, put on certain equipment, right? Grabbing the shield, grabbing the war pick out, kind of holds him to. As he puts it on as an action, moves forward 25 feet, ends turn. The top side of this campfire, they're still confused about what's going on, moves about 15 feet here and stretches and sees, going wide-eyed, and then takes the rest of the movement speed going here. Ending turn, similar fashion as they are kind of suspicious, not sure of what's happening, moving. This one is going to be going in a dash, trudging through the heavy snow that is difficult terrain as it comes towards your top left side, Sir Dougal. This one that was just hit by your thunder wave is going to grab the weapon and war pick and shield, which currently had donned, and is going to be coming in for a swing towards you. That is going to be a 6, which misses, ends turn. So it's going to move over to the fire, look at the fire, and then look around as best as possible, rolling a perception check. Stares into the flames. One by you, Indigo kind of rises up, Foley turns around and stretches and looks and kind of sees that they have weapons, and then turns, looks down at the feet, and sees that the weapons are no longer there. Ends turn. This one at the fire, similar fashion, they begin to kind of trudge down 5, 10, 5 feet. This one is going to take a swing at you, Sir Dougal, after being pushed by your thunder wave, or at least attempted to, on your north side. 14 is going to be misses, comes swinging around your shoulders, you dodge out of the way, narrowly missing you. This one over here begins to put a shield, a war pick on as well, has to don the equipment, and then is going to sidestep around the fire and move its rest of its movement speed aimed towards Sir Dougal. You see a head poke out of the tent flap, looks left and right. What is going on? One moment. He goes back into the tent. Ending turn.
He's gonna have a short rest real quick, and then he's gonna come back out.
Now flanked, Sir Dougal, this one turns around, has the war pick and the shield comes in for an advantage swing towards your backside. 18 is going to hit. It does only 3 points, and that is resisted. So 3 points of damage to use. It scratches into your left kind of calf area and strikes into the ground. Ends turn. We now come to Kalan. Kalan is going to move 5 feet. Let's see. Pass the trace, concentrated. So I'm going to put concentration effect on and maintain the concentration of that. It's going to be aiming towards one of the creatures that is on your top left side, Sir Dougal, and it's going to be firing the longbow at advantage. That is going to be hit. That does a total of 11 points of damage. It thuds into the left shoulder, large thunk, and you see kind of as he groans from the arrow. That is going to be the end of Kalan's turn. Rock, it is your turn.
Alright, since I am restrained, that leaves spells with somatic components out. Is that right?
Correct.
Alright, then I'll use my action to break out of these restraints.
Okay, don't need a roll. You're able to kind of break out of them at this point. It's been cold, and I'm sure you've been working with them already. So they are broken, and you have your weapon too to break or use with leverage.
Is it an action to break out of my binds?
Yes, yeah, it'll still be an action to break out of your binds, but it won't take a roll or anything, based on the fact you have your weapon to leverage.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna break out and check what I have as a bonus action. Not much. I'll just do that and stay put.
Okay. Ending turn. We now come to you, Indigo. Indigo, you are not restrained, as your has been lacerated, and you've been disguising that. And you kind of come out of them.
Okay. Am I flanking the guy in the cart?
You
with
will.
Harak or no?
Technically, you are surprised. This potential. You're not flanking them because they're technically in the wagon and above, but they are surprised by you, so they have no idea that you're. You still believe you're restrained. So you will press T for target and then hold an Alt for your attack.
Got it. Go.
All right, 19 is going to hit. That does 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you come crashing into the backside of their right knee with kind of a sidestep kick down. This kind of groans outwards.
All right. Gonna go with another one. Back of the head.
I'll give you advantage on the second one. Normally, you just get
Oh,
one attack with
sorry.
the
Yep.
advantage. No, you're good. You're good. He's turned around. He's still disoriented from it, so it's totally fine. 10 is going to be a miss. So at this point, I'm going to have turned around towards you as you come in for the second strike and kind of
Gotcha.
dives out of the way of it.
Gotcha. And then, since I did that, I will move all the way to here and then all the way
Okay.
to there.
Okay.
And that'll be the turn.
All right, ending turn. Next one on the fire. This one's going to move 10 feet and then another 10. Grab onto the shield and war pick, taking the action to don it and grabbing it outwards and kind of getting in. Looks back to the tent and back to what's happening in front. And almost is forming kind of like a midline of some kind. Seeing Haraki kind of broken, looks towards you as you've freshly broken your restraints. Sees Indigo snap at the one at the wagon. Is like kind of frantically looking left and right, and is just going to come in and try to grapple you, Brock. So please make an opposing athletics and acrobatics check. Nat 20! Nice. All right. So as you come down, you see kind of reaching out towards you, grab, and shove backwards with a large force and ferocity. He's taken by surprise and holds on to the war pick and shield that they had. Tardan, you're up.
I am going to move 30 feet. Is it difficult terrain to kind of move through the wagon? Like if I just wanted to climb?
It's going to be difficult terrain to move through the wagon. Yes, if you're going to attempt to get over and over it, you're going to have to do work to be able to do that.
Then I'm going to use my pass without a trace to kind of move through everybody. Oh, why? Oh, because I have the ruler up. Dumb. So 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I'm going to ready an action to cast blindness on the captain when he comes out. As soon as he comes out of the tent.
Malrim. Okay, sounds good. Sounds
Malrim,
good.
yep.
Yep, gotcha. Sounds good. All right, Nereus, you're up.
Well, I feel bad because Nereus obviously doesn't know what our good friend the bard wants to do, but he will extend a hand and he's going to cast Fog Cloud at 2nd level.
Oh boy.
It's double the
yeah
40
yeah.
foot
You're
radius.
at 40. Yeah, I can try to see if I can make the effect larger. Let's see if I can do that. If not, we can just take it at 40. Yeah, I'll just take it at 40. Sounds good. Might not blind everybody.
So I guess I'll drop it.
Okay, so you throw out the fog cloud. We can. Well, I can measure it out to 40 if you want, or we can have a template. Your call.
Oh my god, the templates are like
Okay. Which one are you making here?
I don't know. This keeps drawing up what it's not supposed to, so you can just get rid of that.
Here, let me. Gotcha.
So like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Darden.
Okay.
It's okay.
In his defense, he didn't know you were there.
No, that's fair.
You can't feel this is calculated.
No, it's 100% what your dude would have done. Yep.
We didn't talk about it, but that was, his...
Okay. So a fog cloud is sprung, kind of shimmies outwards. As it does, it provides total concealment coming out. And if you don't know what concealment essentially is, like blind us, right? So everything in there is blinded, unless they have perceptions that.
Well, and
don't
his
rely
point
on
was
sight.
to like, if this leader guy, he doesn't know anything about him, is in there, like he's not going to be able to know where everybody is and like fumbling through, etc.
Exactly. So the fog cloud is pushing through, and so Tardan, with your held action, you don't lose a spell slot or anything, but you won't be able to actually see the commander coming out to be able to cast that spell. It doesn't mean though that you waste a spell slot or anything. It just means that you just can't use it because the fog cloud's out here. So you're shouting and motioning from the campfire as the fog cloud is dispersed, and one of which in Undercommon Rock you understand, Malrim. They're almost like kind of chanting outwards for, and it's going to actually stay by this fire. Instead, it's going to move about 10 feet to the road, grabbing the shield and the war pick, donning that as an action, maintaining themselves. The one by the fire is actually going to pick a random direction here and head, kind of getting towards the edge of the wagon, looking around, confused as it is. It's going to come to the edge here, stop, and then take the dodge action. Ending turn. Another one by the fire. This one's going to move. They're going to kind of form, putting on the shields and the picks as they're kind of stretching and looking around as best as possible. Maintaining their position. Might be some order that they've previously had to block the road, or at least sit on the road if ever something was to happen. So that's what they're kind of doing here. All right, that one takes a dash action, trying to run at the edge of the fog cloud here, and comes out on the eastern side of it and stops and looks around, confused, and turns and goes, "Oh, fuck!" Verdugo, you're up.
Shadool's going to take the dodge action and try to move into more centrally located in this throng of dwarves. And taunt them.
Okay, so you will take one attack of opportunity from leaving space.
I think 2, no?
Yes, you will take 2. I was gonna say that one's probably not looking at you at this point, but I'm gonna
That's cool.
I looked at Indigo's passive, and he's probably still fixated on you. So 5 and a 7, those are both going to be misses at those are both disadvantaged. Those are both going to be misses against you at your backside. You do step into the fog cloud, so you are technically in concealment at this point. And you're beginning to taunt, so you're just like yelling outwards.
Come get some, cowards! And then I'll end my turn waiting for the flurry of blows to come my way.
Okay. Commander! I can't see anything. Oh. Hearing your voice, one charges forward to you as best as possible. Comes in for a swing of the pick. You're a slipping of the ice. Potentially one has fallen prone next to you. This one sidesteps, goes into the snow a little bit, gets into the thicket. This is difficult terrain, has to use a dash, gets to this point, ends turn. Coming to the edge, focused on you, Sir Duel, goes in for a swing on your noise, taunting and yelling. 12 is going to be a miss. Coming across, you're able to dodge out of the way of that. One in front of you comes in for a swing. 19 is going to hit you at disadvantage. You take 2 points of piercing damage as it kind of cuts into your foot as it strikes into the ice. You notice as it strikes into the ice with a pick, the ice begins to crack a little bit and water begins to seep through it just a touch from all of the weight currently at the shore. Now at the fire, this one's going to turn around towards you, Indigo, as you made way, motioning around. It comes in for a war pick strike towards you. 6 is going to be a miss as you kind of move out of the way and it swings wildly above from left to right, and you're able to duck down underneath it. This one in the actual caravan is going to do a dive towards you, Harak, and then shove you into the fire. So he's diving into this position, and then he's going to shove you. So I need you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check.
Gur stole my move.
All right, 24. As you're successful diving forward, you grab him and you throw him into the fire, rotating as you kind of grab and shove backwards. You hear a kind of voice ringing outwards. As his momentum from the actual jump was going through you.
Got him.
Okay, take 6 points of fire damage. Sitting upon the fire, burning. Ends turn. Another swing of a pick comes towards you, Sir Dougal. Disadvantage from the concealment as well as you taking dodge. 7 is going to be a miss. That seems to strike into the ice as well as you're hearing kind of pierces into the ice. And you now have water at your feet. Ending turn. This is just... It goes in for a grapple towards you, Sir Dougal, reaching out as best as possible. I need you to make an athletics check or an acrobatics check, please. This one's to your top left, so north western side here. It's going to be a 21. Easily able to hear kind of the groping of hands reaching out towards you and kind of take your elbow a little bit, just clear them off, and kind of hear sliding and movement around you. Again, it's tough to see anything at this point. Tard 1 brushes by you, bumps kind of into you. What? What was that? What? Someone there? Hear the tent flap open. Hear a grumble. A dash running outwards. Alrin looks around, stretching left and right, knows his position, turns back around. They have more magic. Someone used this. Find them! Pay no attention to these ones. It's the smooth talker. Ends turn. Now taking the disengage, this one is going to move 15 feet and roll perception. Ending turn. Come on, Zeb. 15 is going to be misfiring at the one that is looking in the direction from left to right. Fires an arrow, lands towards the feet. Pulls another arrow back. Ends turn. Rock, you're up.
Alright. Can I reach the ice from where I am to attack it?
You actually would need to go 5 more feet. You'd have to go into the cloud to hit the ice.
Like right here?
Yep.
Alright, I will move here and accept any attacks of opportunity.
The one the fire cannot make an attack of opportunity against you right now.
Then I will... I don't have a shield, right? I just have my weapon.
No, you have all things. Tardan was flinging them all out.
Oh, well... I'm not
That's the
gonna
way I
use my
interpret
shield.
it.
I'm just gonna
That's what I did.
two-hand my Warhammer, accepting the lowered AC, and drive the spike end right down into the ice.
Okay. I need you to make, I believe, two-hand DC would be a 10, D10, so just roll a D10.
Alright, let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Oh, so I have to...
You don't need to attack anything, just roll a flat D10.
Oh,
Just for damage. I'm going to see how much damage you can do. You don't need to roll an attack. 8. Okay. So, where exactly are you striking the ice? Just like right underneath you, or are you aimed for potentially above you, to your right?
Probably like northeast to me.
Okay. So as you strike into the ice, you see a crack and splinter, and a small hole begins to form from it. That's a circle. Let me square it. That space, as it kind of smashes and breaks through, you see it, the ice itself, as you cracked it and pushed it down a little bit, there is a current in here, it seems. Might be fed from an underground source of some kind, but the water itself is actually pulling itself. So you can see some of the ice chunks and things are kind of moving underneath. Now you're getting a sense. The ice is thicker the further you go upon certain spots of this lake, but in this current area around the shoreline, it is thin enough to be able to break if you smash into it. And you kind of crunch down into the space. You notice that again, that whole space is kind of falling down. You're just seeing moving water, and you stretch and you look. It seems easily 4.5 feet deep at that point.
Well, I guess that's all I can do. I'll end my turn.
All right, Indigo, you're up.
I will. I'm going to head right here, and I am going to give a nice double kick to this guy in the fire.
Okay. Five is going to be a hit, 8 points bludgeoning. Okay, crashing down. You said towards the head.
Yeah, I wanted to do it to his head, and then yeah, I'm going to just palm him right in the face for the next one.
Okay. 20! Nice!
Nice.
11 points. As you come back around, you hear the foot kind of snaps, the head kind of snaps a little bit. You see kind of wheezing and burning and crispifying slowly and surely. You take your palm and you strike down, breaking the neck and severing the head almost. And the body just lays there on top of the fire, sizzling.
Nice. With that, I will move.
You did not take a strike against that. So that
Yeah,
will,
yeah.
if you move out of that space, you will get an attack opportunity against you.
I'll wait where I'm at. I'm good.
All right. Ending turn. You see.
A
Right.
lot of people in that corner.
as you hear some shuffling on ice coming towards you, and shifting of chainmail and armor. Things.
Shut up, fell right in the hole.
Yeah. I rolled the random direction, and also aimed towards the sound, so it makes sense. But you see, it's kind of shuffling towards you. Hear just kind of a drop. Pick coming towards you, Harak. Disadvantage, concealed. 13 is going to be a miss. Arden, you're up.
All right. Did I hear the direction that the captain dude yelled? I wanted to head that direction.
You have a sense of the captain dude yelled over here, yeah. Sound, you can hear sounds, which is exactly what's happening. You have Sir Dougal yelling, they're all grouping in the corner, right? They're going towards the sounds, but if they're far enough away, they're attempting to get out of the cloud first before they engage, some of them, which is what the commander did. Get out of the cloud first.
Okay, then I'm just gonna run in his direction, my maximum movement, which should put me like over here somewhere.
Okay.
And then when I see him, I will use. I need to target. Skill. No. Features. I'm gonna use unsettling words. And I'm going to let him know his best friend is back, the smooth talker. So I will go ahead and use one of my bardic inspirations. And then I'm going to cast Hideous Laughter on him.
Okay.
Which will end my invisibility.
All right, it's going to be a failure. So as you end your invisibility coming outwards, you use your unsettling words, kind of shakes his head, like looking left and right. As you come in and you use your ability here, something to note, even though it failed, is that this creature potentially has some advantages against conditions such as this. As you can see, they kind of fall down onto the knees, becoming incapacitated, prone, and it's just uncontrollably laughing. Okay.
And that will be the end of my turn.
All right, Nereus, you're up.
All right. Well, seeing this group over here, I know they can't hear them, and he's not going to try and give away his position, but he will extend a hand and cast down on them.
Sleep, little hearts. It's so beautiful.
I cast it at level 2 though. So
Okay. If you cast at level 2, go ahead and roll those. Yeah, thank you.
That might be
probably only
two
able
of
to
them.
get one.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you're only able to get one from the sleep, and I went ahead and prioritized it to the one closest to you. As you cast it outwards, the effect comes out. You see one of them falls back on its back, asleep. The other two kind of looked over towards, what's wrong with him? They're looking around now, looking towards the ground as best as possible.
I mean, those were pretty good rolls, but I think you were close to 2. I would wager you were pretty close to 2.
Well, I was gonna do it with some injured ones, so I was like, I'll just hoping, but it's okay.
Just looking
It's all good.
around. This one in particular. "You fools! Up there!" He turns and looks. "Ah,
Yeah.
ah,"
Really
he
Really
see
stretches,
me
good.
with
stretches and
pass
looks.
without a trace.
I
Come on.
don't see them. Yeah! Begin to
Go
grow.
get him. Go closer.
This one's going to sidestep over to the rock. So this one is noticed the movement potentially of taking the skill of perception, right? Taking the skill and actually looking and seeing, is yelling out, doing the best he can to communicate. This one just fumbles over into the deep snow, into the rock, and is like looking around at the cliffside. Doesn't seem to notice anything. It's in the end of a turn. Hearing the laughter of the commander, "Commander," sees you, Tarda, now. As he grows and enlarges himself to twice his size. "Commander!" Stops through, looks towards you, holding out the war pick and the shield. Ending turn. Similar fashion.
coulda
deep
went
snow,
bad.
looking. End turn. Charges forward to you now, Tardan, forming a flank with the one that is enlarged. Comes across with the Warpick swing at advantage, aimed towards your backside as you're looking at the enlarged figure. 14 is going to be a miss as he strikes into the deep snow, shuffles back out, raises the shield up towards you at your backside. All right, now we come to the top of round 3. Sir Dougal, you're up.
Dougal.
Drop rage. Action. Thunder wave. Bonus action. Re-rage.
That's okay. Yeah, we can leave the rage out for this. Just
So I'm going to leave the rage condition up. I'm just going to... Still terrible.
Roger, get hit by this, by the way.
That actually might... What is my DC?
Your DC is 11.
Oh, so that win. That's great.
Everyone succeeds. But there is an effect here that is different. Helpful here on the sign damages.
Oh, because you're on the.
Still 24 points of damage overall.
Hmm?
Yeah, it is pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask a question about the square I'm on? Because I'm in this weird...
You're
like, I'm just
technically
going-
you're in between the snow and the ice, so you're on flat ground. What's best understood is that even if the ice breaks here, you're just gonna land into the earth, right?
Right. Okay.
So that's
cool.
the effect you're having. You're in water, but it's like seeping upwards in a sense of it just kind of pooling up right from the force of the weight that's in front of you. As you cast the thunder wave out, you notice large. The sound and cracking of the ice begins to happen, and there are 3 plunges in the actual water directly in front of you, and a bunch of yelling and gurgling of water before no sound at all, and now just the sounds of rushing water in front of you.
And then, obviously, for flavor, the thunder wave is just a rabbit foot, like thumping.
Nice.
And then re-rage, and then I guess no dodge action this turn. But
Okay.
I guess the fog cloud imposes some.
That's
kind of-
correct. Anything upon you is going to be at disadvantage, and any attack you
Perfect.
make is going to be right because you're blind. So you don't need to take dodge while you're concealed. There is a side note to this. If you are both attacking, right, you both have disadvantage if you're both in the cloud.
Right.
And if there is a disturbance of a wind force or something that happens to the fog cloud, and you're on the edges and things, we can get into that. But technically, this is thunder damage. This is a thunder wave, so there is
Right.
no effect of that. So you're total concealment right now, being in this fog cloud. It's like
Perfect.
rolling around you, right, and you can't see out of it. Right? So you have no perceptions of around you. You're just smacking your Haragon feet down into the ice, and you hear cracking and people falling down around you and yelling. But that's it.
That's it. End of my turn.
Okay. Enter. This one is going to move 10, 15. It's a nat 20. They're there! Up there! Points towards you, Kalan and Unarius. You see the other two at the ground, kind of looking and looking up. Scale the cliff! End's turn. Swing of War Pick comes towards you, Circle, from your west side. Aim towards your kind of shoulder. Kind of just almost kind of dances on the fur, just a little bit cusp it. So, as it misses, End's turn. This one now rotates towards you, Indigo, coming in for a regular swing pick. That's 12, which is going to be a miss. Ending turn. And another swing of the War Pick comes towards you at disadvantage, Circle. This time from the northwest side, 8 is going to be a miss as you're kind of blindly moving and shifting from the kind of motioning, but they're unable to hit you as they're striking into the fog cloud.
Come on, due south, due south, due south.
This one hops out, is going to hear the shouting and the movement towards the cliff, is going to be taking its action to dash, gets to there, getting through the difficult terrain, coming to the unconscious individual, sees him on the ground asleep, kind of stretches and looks down to him, looking toward the cliff, and is quite confused. End's turn. We now come to Malrum. Malrum, which is indeed laughing from the hideous laughter, is prone out and laughing, is going to go ahead and take the end of the turn, and so it's going to be able to re-roll the save, I believe, right?
Yep.
And it will be at advantage for this particular effect. What's your DC?
14.
15. An 18 on its wisdom saving throw. It is no longer incapacitated or under the effects of the laughter. However, it is still prone. Concentrating, and End's turn. This one's going to be doing a full dash. Gets to this point with the difficult terrain and movement and the way it's going. End's turn. Kalan's up. I suppose we're done for now. She breaks concentration and uses an entangle spell.
Oh.
They all three fail.
I didn't see that coming.
That is in the end of Kalan's turn. Kalan doesn't move. She stays at the edge of the cliff, knowing that's good advantage, right? If they attempt to climb it and encompass it, but throws at the entangle as the vines sprout from the ground, grabbing on to the three and restraining them completely within the mass of thorns and vines that have come out from the earth and the snow and the ice. Brock, it's your turn.
All right, let's take a swing at this guy right next to me.
$21 is going to hit.
Oh, I wasn't sure how to roll that. It should be a D10 because I'm two-handing it.
Yeah, go ahead and roll a D10 then. We only have 1 from the Slayer's Prey, and we have 3 from the roll plus 4, so 7. 7 plus 1 is 8.
Yep, a 3's better than a 1.
Okay.
Sure.
So it seems you got into some armor, some chunk, and you hear bits and pieces of chainmail get smacked and then dangle into the actual snow as it kind of falls down, and you're kind of a grunt in front of you.
All right.
Indigo, you're up.
I am going to look over and be like, "Pardon, you son of a bitch," and then I'm gonna take the attack of opportunity, and I'm gonna run up and over the cart right to here.
are hit with a 21, deals 9 points of piercing damage to you as it gets into your backside.
Nice.
And I'm going to stand over the big bad guy and say, "My turn." And flurry of blows to the face.
24 is going to hit. That deals 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you crash in, kind of prone. He's picking himself up almost on the knees, and you come across, striking into the side of the face. He spits out blood into the snow.
Go for the nose again.
.24 is going to hit. Come across on the other side, 5 points of bludgeoning damage. Takes both blows.
All right, and the third from the flurry, I will kick him right in the head. Son of a bitch.
Kind of ducks down a little bit as it swings over.
And then I will... Yeah, I'll actually go all the way back to where I was. Almost. And be like,
Uh-oh.
"What's up?"
So you did not strike the big dude, did you?
Nope. So he can get me one.
That's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt.
One's a nat 20.
Oh!
That's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt. What do you have? How many hit points do you have?
Mm-hmm.
You have 2 hit points remaining. You take 41
Oh
points of damage.
my
Smashes
god!
critical. Large
Oh my god!
smacks into your back as you run away, getting clipped by it, ripping apart the earth with the actual pick as it strikes into the ground.
That's it.
The one that you can hear in front of you, Harak, is actually by taking a disengage as it begins to kind of step away into the snow and kind of trudge away from the embankment that it's feeling within its feet that leads into the actual ice, and it kind of comes and it continues to disengage and hops into the kind of the thicket areas, breathing intently, looking around. Tartan, you're up.
So I'm gonna look at big guy here. And I'm going to use my bonus action unsettling words. For the funs of it.
Okay.
And I'm telling him he looks like he's gained some weight. He should probably go on a diet. And then I will. I'm gonna use hideous laughter and try to get him to fall on top of his boss.
All right, so he is incapacitated and prone. You see him kind of go into the knees and tumble kind of to the side, crunches down into the wagon. You see Malrum is kind of pinned underneath the legs. But something about this particular effect, I do want to specify that when you are incapacitated, this effect is ended. So you see this creature seems to shrink back. They're in technically that space that they were occupying. So as you casted this, they become incapacitated. There is no concentration in a way, right? And it seems as they're laughing, and they're just like shrinking in size as they're laughing, and then they hit the cart, and the wagon, I should say, on the down, and they kind of fall forward, laughing uncontrollably. This effect, there's not necessarily a concentration check, but there are conditions that can end this effect. Based on the fact that it has to be an active thing.
And then I am going to take the attack of opportunity, and I am going to run into the fog here.
Yeah, goes in for a swing of the pick towards you. 21 is going to hit you. That deals 9 points of piercing damage as it cuts into your right shoulder as it swings into it. You succeed with a concentration check of 14, still maintaining the hideous laughter. Dive into the cloud.
And that will end my turn.
Sorry. Nearest, you're up.
All right. Pew. I'll take
10.
some steps back.
10 is going to be a
Away.
miss. Taking some step back. Okay. Anything else?
Oh, that's it.
All right. Come to one that is restrained. Is going to be taking a check to get out. Fails. Ending turn. Come to the ones incapacitated. Just going to end the turn. Roll a save. This is still within the effects of his laughter. Ending turn. This one is asleep. Rolling check to break out again as they're pulling and crunching upon the actual vines. Gets an 11, which is a failure. So you see two of which have failed to been breaking the vines, kind of been tracing half their bodies at this point. This one is going to now dive in to the cloud and attempt to follow you, Turn. Brushes past you. Its turn. Struggle, you're up.
It would be super meta. I can't see him, from my position. So, not that I have any spell slots left anyway, but
You've been you have been attacked from those positions. You do know that there's individuals outside of the fog cloud to your left side. You do have that information. You're hearing the swings, you're hearing the grunting, the motions. You also hear running water around you, and you have an idea that
Right.
this lake is broken. You hear the shattering of ice, so you have the perceptions of hearing. You just can't really
right.
see.
I meant that Indigo is like dead.
No, you do not know that.
I wouldn't have no concept of that from my position. I can't see out of the fog cloud. So the truest action for Sir Dougal at this point would probably be moving through their space, if I may,
Okay.
to this position.
Okay.
I think provoking no opportunity attack.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll allow it. I think you can get through there. I think it's going to be fine. Through the concealment, you'll probably catch them by a surprise just coming through and hitting past them. I think it's okay.
And then turning around and pushing the one Durgar into the hole, into the
where you're
water.
hearing the running water in the ice. Okay. Go ahead and make a strength or an athletics check. A push.
Suck it.
That's funny. Nice. Large splash. No other noise happens.
That was 10 feet of movement, but I guess it would probably count as like double, as like difficult terrain,
It's difficult
right?
terrain.
Doing that.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
So that would have been 20 feet of movement. I'll take another 10 to get to. I guess. Do I see? I could see Indigo now, though, right?
Yes.
Like it wouldn't be.
You can see
Can't
Indigo.
decide.
Indigo is bloodied at this point. You can definitely
I give
see
you a thumbs
wounds. I'll probably say Indigo is also
Yeah, I'm
taller.
sure. He puts
All
up what
goes
would be
according
a
to
thumb.
plan.
He gives me a nub up. There's no. It's just a raw knuckle. So I'll move 10 feet down here, which is the rest of my movement. And that's it.
All right, ending turn. Starting to hear tent flapping, getting hit. And then you are actually going to get bumped. Please make an acrobatics or athletics check, please.
See which one of these is higher.
Oh.
18. Kind of getting almost as if you're getting body checked a little bit, like hit from something in front of you, and you hear like a voice grumble out. That is going to be a dash to get to there. Ending turn. Sir Dougal, a 4-pick strike coming towards you. That's going to be a nat 1.
He swings around and hits
I've rolled,
himself in
I've
the
rolled
face.
4 nat 1s somewhere. Just a bad miss as he kind of swings back around. You were able to move through and then kind of slide, just mistime the swing as it strikes through. Ending turn. Now come to this one. This one focused upon you, Indigo, as you ran up. It's going to come in for a strike towards you. That is going to be a 7, which misses as it comes across wildly, aim for kind of your neck region or collarbone, coming in from 45 down. You're able to kind of pull backwards as it swings outwards and it raises a shield towards you. Doesn't really see Sir Dougal at this point. Now, this one was actually going to awake, potentially the one that has fallen asleep and laying down, or at least check on them. But now it's seeing the entangled, these vines, and these other things sprouting, it's going to rotate and turn. It's going to run 5 feet, and is going to be helping the potential individual from breaking the vines on their next turn, ending turn. Now come to Malrum. Malrum is going to move half of its movement speed to stand up. Cracks the neck, looks towards the cloud. Fuck. Moves in a dash action to climb onto the wagon and get to this point. Look downwards. So grumbles and spits into the snow. Ends turn. Now being checked to break. The last one here in the trio that's restrained by the vines. The entangle is sprouted up. 6. That is going to be a failure. Kalan has successfully restrained them and made sure they failed their checks. Yeah, that's awesome. Is going to fire away towards one of them that is restrained closest to. That is going to be a critical hit. All right, critical hit. 26 points of damage. That one is dead as the arrow flies into the head.
My
the one that's
God.
restrained pulls another arrow out.
Should have
Rock
just
her
all
up.
been Kalan.
Kalan. Well, I rolled that once for all the baddie NPCs, and then I rolled a
Yeah.
critical for the.
Feel free to continue.
Feel free. Harak, it's your turn.
Well-
You do not know that Malrum is on the wagon. You are still in the cloud. I do want to specify that.
Do I know he's there if I have blind sight?
You do.
And can I attempt to grapple him?
He technically is up high from your current position. You are tall enough to be able to grapple. Just know that is this high. So it would just be aware that there's a difference in elevation, but you can grab onto the legs and below the waist region.
Well, I'm a simple man. I see dwarf next to me and I attempt to grapple.
Sounds good. Go ahead and do it.
So I will.
All right, 20. Malrum gets a 26. As you reach in for your grabbing outwards of the concealment. Malrum looks in the direction of the cloud as you reached out of it and saw the hands coming towards, and grabs upon them and kind of grabs the legs as well and helps kind of shove them off and stretches into the fog cloud. And as he's looking and focusing, you notice through the actual cloud itself, there's something that kind of hits you within your mind. Not anything that would be invasive or harmful, but this might be a sense of perception, not in the sense of blind sense, but maybe in another way to perceive without necessarily vision.
Well, that's all I got.
Okay. Indigo, you're up.
I am going to I'm going to just kind of lean to the left past the dwarf and indeed give Dougal a thumbs up. Healer's kit on myself.
Okay. All right, so you recover 8 hit points. So you're now at 10.
Yes. And key point to dodge for patient defense.
Okay.
And I'll stay where I'm at so Dougal can do some work.
Okay. End your turn.
Yep.
So Dougal Warpick coming out to your west side here, your left side. 7 is going to be a miss. Suzy comes around, chops off a bit of pieces of the thicket, kind of gets stuck in it, kind of pulls it out, raking across the thicket there. It's kind of angered that it wasn't able to hit you. Tartan, you're up.
So since I know how far in I was, I am going to 10-foot step out of the fog and look for Morgrim. And then I will use my unsettling words on him and tell him to come after me if he thinks he can find me. And then I'm going to cast blindness on him as well.
What's your DC?
14.
It's going to be a success with an 18.
Dang.
Roll the 3 for the Bark Inspiration.
All right, and then I'm going to step back in to the fog.
Okay. End your turn there then, and we'll come to Nereus.
All right. Well, I'll move to the edge and kind of just look down. This is taking too long.
All right, so we got Brian's Binding Water, 15 of cold damage with a DC 15. Okay. So no longer unconscious. So I'm going to go ahead. It's obviously damage, so it's going to be awake from taking that damage. But they are all under that condition of being not necessarily restrained, right? But I'll put the grapple.
Yeah, there's basically just water swirling around their feet.
Yeah, swirling around. Even in some of them are still restrained. As they took that damage, you can see they're kind of blasted by it. Many of them are weak at this point. Some of them are kind of swaying side to side, and they're looking at the cliff now as almost this insurmountable thing, and they're almost second guessing at this point of trying to get up it. They're kind of looking amongst themselves, but they're very determined creatures, and they're still going to take the course.
That's it. Actually, I'll back up.
Back up a little bit. Okay. I'll end your turn there. We're going to take an action or a check to break the restraints first. This one on the top side. That is going to be a 11, which is a failure. We now come to one that is incapacitated and laughing. That's going to be rolling a wisdom saving through the end of its turn here. That is going to get an 18, which is going to succeed. No longer is it incapacitated. And you are no longer concentrating, Tartan, on the laughter. But it is the end of its turn, so we're going to end it there. Arising from the unconscious state, was put to sleep, is groggy, this one, as it raises its eyes and kind of goes to get up, and it can't. It's swirling water all around it. As it begins to kind of freak out, yelling outwards, "What's happening?" And it's going to do nothing. Ending turn. Rolling a strength check to break the vine. That is going to be successful, so it's no longer restrained by the vines, but it is still held in place by the water. Ending turn. Dash action is finally out. Comes to this point. Ends turn.
So close.
Dougal, you're up.
I didn't specifically say it when it happened, so I'll ask you.
Yep.
Did Sir Dougal grab the rapier when it was thrown at him?
Yeah. Everything that you have, weapons and shield,
Okay.
whatever you had before, you have now.
Gravy. Okay. I'm going to target the Duergar between myself and Indigo and swing away.
Okay.
At
Hold on.
option.
Option. Is it option? It's option.
I think it's option.
I forget.
I'm going to try
I
option.
think it's option. Yeah.
Yeah, we got it. 14
Yeah,
is
but
going to
I don't
be
think it
a
hit.
miss. You strike into the chainmail, sliding between some of the links you pull out, unable to penetrate the armor.
That's it.
All right, ending turn. All right, runs out. Finally, dash action comes to this one. What is happening? All right, it takes action to break out of the water. I believe it's no roll, right? It's just an action to break.
It's just an action, yeah, and they break out.
10.
Them or someone else can do it.
And 5, and turn. Sir Dougal, Warpick coming through. That is going to be a 23 to hit, which does hit you. That does a total of 2 points. That is resisted. As it comes across, skimming your right abdomen side, just kind of glancing blow across it. You're kind of raging and you harden yourself just a little bit, taking the blow. Now come the one between you. This one is going to take a swing at disadvantage towards Indigo. Still focused upon that. 16 is going to be a miss as you're able to dodge out of the way of the blows. It swings down from top to bottom, striking to the ground. Taking action, breaking out of Brian's, binding the Brian's water there. It takes the action breaking out. No longer is it going to help the individual one, as it was taken by the effect of what happened to it, did not get to take the help, as it was more focused on what was being blown to it, failing the throw, and is going to be taking, instead, a dash to get to this point in the difficult terrain of the snow, and is now choosing to climb at this point, so it's going to be facing the cliff, choosing to climb there, ending turn. We now come to Malrim. Malrim is now going to kind of jump off of the wagon, gets to this little side here between, right, that space, looking towards you. It looks, and its eyes seemingly glow with a purplish hue, stretching out towards you. It smiles, goes in for a swing. 12 is going to be a miss as it comes across from top right to bottom left. It comes across like this, and comes back around with the war pick, swinging from left to right across towards you, Rock. Another swing coming through. 22 is going to hit for the second swing. That deals a total of 14 points of bludgeoning and psychic damage to you as it strikes across your center chest. You're hit with a force. Ending turn. Now come to Kalan. Kalan's going to see that one of the individuals is still restrained, focuses that one. It's kind of pinned down at this point. 13 is going to be a miss. Ending turn. Rock, you're up.
I am absolutely blinded by my desire to suplex this guy into
Into the water.
So I'm going to try to grapple him yet again.
Okay. Got a 20. Still beats your 19 there.
Oof.
Close, though.
It's okay. I still have some HP. I'll stand here just squaring up against him.
Okay.
End my turn.
You kind of reach out towards, grabs and shoves you back and kind of chuckles a little bit. Indigo, you're up.
I had a question, if you don't
Yep.
mind. Healer feat, when I roll that, D6 plus 4 plus the number of hit dice maximum for the creature. So I'm reading it that I should have healed an additional 4. Is that correct, or did I read it wrong? Because I only healed
That's
for 8.
correct.
Yeah.
So I should have healed for 12.
Yeah, we just have to add that into the kit.
Okay. I didn't. If that happens normally, I'll just mental note to do that each time for level.
Yeah, we
but I
just have to put the modifier on it.
Okay,
Let's see
cool.
here. Building formula 1d.
How close was that 16 to your armor class, by the way, last round?
The 16. Was it? Which hit? Oh, the one from
The miss, the last miss that got an attack on you.
Oh,
I think.
I have 17. I missed me by
Oh,
one. It's
1
it's
point,
that's why I gave you the thumbs up, man.
dude. Get out of here.
I'm assuming that you're probably going to use Healer's Kit on other NPCs, maybe even. So I'll go ahead and we'll just manually make a note of that. I put +4 in for you right now.
Okay, understood. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
This guy
It's funny.
with a big kick to the nether region.
Getting the flank here, 22 is going to hit. Deal 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Be hit into the nether region.
And a punch to the face.
15 is going to be a miss as you come swinging across, raises the shield, takes the blow and blocks the just kind of blocks it with a large kind of a tin sound.
Gotcha. And then I am actually going to dang, I hate to do it. Patient defense, dodge again.
Okay.
But yeah, and that's it.
Sounds good. I have to relog here, so give me a second. All right, to your west here, Shardugal. Warpick coming across, aim towards your center chest. 22 is going to hit you. It does a total of 4 points resisted damage to you as it hits in the center chest. Ending turn. Tartan, you're up.
Ooh.
I really don't like Morgrim. I'm going to step out of the fog. Realize there's 2 people here, and I actually didn't think this far ahead.
Great.
I am going to actually target Morgrim again. And this time I'm just going to use Dissonant Whispers.
Okay. Dissonant Whispers here is going to succumb to the effects of the Whisper. So if available to move as far as its speeds allows away from you, and it is going to take that damage. However, it seems to be resistant to the psychic damage in a way as it kind of comes through. Now, I will say for the sake of it, it's going to take the full amount based on an effect that is currently happening and an effect that is being channeled and used. So one of the things, Rock, you used your ability, right? You saw the did have resistance, right, to poison psychic. However, currently in its state, it does not. So it seems to take the damage as its eyes are somewhat glowing and things, and you're unsure as to why that is. You might have an idea as maybe it's channeling instead of using channeling resistance, it's actually using its ability to perceive you, Harak, or maybe even just the weapon. So, but it is going to fail. So it is going to use its speed to run away. And I'm trying to calculate based on
Right into
how
the
much
fire.
movement speed it has.
He does have to run over the fire, doesn't
He'll
he?
He's got to run
over-
right. He's got to right into the campfire.
Well, movement speed based on what he had left, but he's probably because it's not a reaction, is it?
Can we stop and marvel at the near maximum damage roll?
Okay,
for
yeah,
the
must
pursuit?
immediately use this reaction if available to move as far as its speed allows. Okay, so we have difficult terrain, 25, so it's going to go. Oh, fire. And I'm going to move that token. And that's going to be the end of the turn based on his movement speed. and being difficult terrain.
Oh, how do you like your dwarf? Medium well?
Takes 8 points of fire damage. Going to the fire. Anything else in your turn?
Nope. I'm going to end my turn right here so I don't take another attack of opportunity. And yeah.
Nice. Cool. Awesome. Nice work. Darius, you're up.
All right, well, I feel like Darius is actually very tactfully, but it feels like his cowardly is not in there. But that's fine. He's being super effective. So as a player, I feel like that. He obviously
There's a lot of enemies on that side of the board right now, I think.
he will walk to the edge and kind of look down as they're like getting ready to climb, and just like pathetic.
Ooh, a lot of wounded.
Yeah, there's a lot of wounded. Go ahead and give me the other formula. And are you upcasting it all?
No, I don't have any more. Level 2s, just level 1s.
I'll bet you get 2.
What slots do I have left?
Okay, 2 of which are the closest to you. I went ahead and negotiated them, so they are both asleep at this point. One of which is going to go to the cliffside. The other one's approaching the cliffside closest to you. They both kind of tumble, and they are prone and now asleep from your spell.
And he backs up. You can finish the others, I assume, Galen.
Let's try my best. Takes check here. Breakout. That is going to be a 21, which is successful. No longer restrained, but still within the brine, so it's beginning the turn. Picking itself up, moving half movement speed, sidesteps 5, goes towards you, Tardan, for a Warpick strike. 14 is going to be a miss as it crunches into the ice just to the right of your feet as you're able to duck and dive away from it. Ending turn. This one is going to take its action to break out of the brine, half its movement speed, and then move just getting into there. Ending turn. Taking action now to break the bind. Difficult terrain, difficult terrain. Sees the one asleep in front of it, but took its action already. And kind of looks downwards. Sees this kind of impossible terrain here at this point. Kind of stops. Now, this one. Finally coming out of the fog cloud. This one's been rambling around. Trying to find its way out. So many times. It's going to take the dash to get to this point, going through the difficult terrain towards you, Sir Douglas. He's yelling, "Rah!" Finally into this fight. Round 5. He's running for it. Sir Dougal, you're up.
I'm going to... I mean, this fight might have more than just a couple rounds left in it, so we should probably pace. I'm gonna take the dodge action and taunt them, goad them, try and turn their attention away from Tardan and away from Indigo. By calling them out for being cowards.
Okay.
And that's it.
Ending turn. Now cover this one. This one's going to turn around. They're actually going to group together at this point, holding their shields together, forming a phalanx. As they do that, they actually get advantage being side by side, coming towards the Tardan. This is actually the first time they could use this ability. 14 is going to be a miss as they form the phalanx next to each other. They're unable to move as they group themselves together at this point. And they kind of swing and kind of bait tactics out towards you. This one is asleep here, ending turn. Now come to this creature, Sir Dougal. It comes up to a strike of a Warpick at disadvantage to you. Cannot form a phalanx with the one sprinting up towards it in its previous turn, so just comes in for this advantage strike. 9 is going to be a miss as you're able to dodge out of the way, striking through. And that's going to be the end of the turn. Now focused upon you, Indigo. Reaches out towards you, but sees that Malrum is currently in the fire, is going to be taking its action instead to grapple Malrum, which Malrum is going to choose to fail and swing Malrum to the other side outside of the fire and no longer in harm's way. That is going to be the end of that one's turn. Now come to this one, which is unconscious. It has no turn there, so ending. Now come to Malrim. Malrim on the other side of the fire currently is shaking off the flames. The eyes slightly glowing with this purplish hue, rises up the hammer towards you, Indigo, and comes in for a swing. 22 is a hit.
Should be disadvantage though, because I took patient defense last.
Okay. We're going for another strike here. Probably just forgot to add the dodge. 21 is going to hit because the other one was a 23. You take 10 points of bludgeoning damage, disadvantage, strikes into your shoulder, smashing downwards. Picks up the hammer once more. It comes in for a second strike, this time at disadvantage, making sure I have it on there. 17 at disadvantage is going to hit you, I believe. That's your AC. Indigo, you are down with 12 points of damage dealt to you. You are officially unconscious and knocked down. As Malrim takes a second blow directly across your face, smashing into your jaw, swings it wildly. I should have killed you earlier! Ends turn. Alon's turn. Firing arrow off. This they can here. 15 is going to miss. The one that is still in the brine. Now come to Rock. It's your turn.
Alright, let's move. Up here. Make sure we have all of our things selected. Bonus action. Oh, I should have been figuring out how to do versatile damage on this, but
Yeah, so I will actually look. There is a default thing with MIDI. Let me see. I never use it, so let me go look up. If you hold down, I believe, if you hold down V and click, it'll do it. Who knows?
all right,
That's what it
let's
says.
see.
It says versatile. Oh, it's a nat 22! That's so dope. That's so dope. It does it, and it's
Oh,
max
max
damage.
damage.
Oh,
Oh my
my
And max
gosh!
damage.
And the Slayer spray
Wow.
coming out max damage. What is? Oh my!
Oh.
If there was a time to land a critical at max damage, now would be the time. All right, you do a total
Wow.
of what I have here is 33 points. Is what I calculated.
Wow.
Battling the Slayer sprays, you come across, smashing into the center chest with a large crunch. You hear actual breastplate of the bone crack from the slam of the warhammer. He takes begins to wheeze outwards. Blood's like trickling from the mouth, from the lungs, swelling with blood into the throat, but he is still alive.
Oh my god.
Yeah. You should have killed us while you had the chance.
Just taunting you with this that you just said.
All right, Indigo, please make a death saving throw, please.
Hey.
Ah, nice. 15 success. You're one step closer to life. That's the end of your turn. Now, seeing Malrim got hit, is wheezing. Commander sidesteps. Takes attack opportunity from User Eagle if you so choose. It goes in for a Warpic strike
yeah.
towards Rock. 22 is going to hit Rock. That deals 9 points of piercing damage to you as it claps into your right ribs. 18 is going to hit with the attack of opportunity. That does 6 points of piercing damage as you stab directly into the side between kind of the hip upper range. It takes the blow and bleeds, kind of trickling from the leg at this point. It's still alive. It is successful with its swing towards Rock. Tardan, you're up.
I am going to what am I going to do? I'm going to go ahead and use Bardic Inspiration or Unsettling Words on Morgrim again.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my last first level spell slot on Dissonant Whispers for 9 damage. I'm trash.
With the inspiration, the -2 is going to be successful at a 16.
Okay. So he takes half of that, so what, 4?
Yeah,
5.
I believe he takes 4 points of damage. Still alive.
And then I'm
When
gonna take a
does he
5-foot
go?
step into the smoke.
Okay, that will encourage attack of opportunities as you're diving into
Yep.
concealment. 19 is going to hit you. The first strike, 9 points of piercing damage as it claps into your backside here. Second pick coming out. That is going to be just 1 attack of opportunity. Sorry, I didn't mean to click that second one because you left only one of their spaces, and the other person probably wouldn't even see you if you left out of their space either. So the only one that got attack of opportunity was that one. That one was the 19 to hit. 9 points of piercing damage to come across, striking you in the backside. But you are in the cloud, and you are free to roam into the cloud at this point.
Okay. Then I'll go ahead and just run towards
Yeah.
everyone else.
Yeah, he wouldn't be able to see you, so he doesn't get attacked. So you're able to kind of skirt along the ice there. And the edge of the fog cloud at this point. Anything else?
Nope, that'll do it.
Okay. Nereus, you're up.
Man, there are so many ways Nereus could be screwing over Tardan, but it's not top priority right now, so he will move back over. Well, he's still concentrating on that fog cloud. He could have dropped
Yeah.
it 8 times. You know, he retreats into it and it's like, bang. But he will go ahead and move here and see that his friends need a little bit of help. So,
A little.
well, not even really friends.
Hey,
Companions.
you're getting paid 5 gold for this.
Employers.
Another sleep. Wow.
Well, look, I mean, there's a lot near death over
Yeah,
there.
there's a lot. There's a lot.
Ooh, come on. Right? Nice. 1 more. Give me 1 more.
16. That's it.
That's 2 of them, though.
The
Yeah.
One
one
of them's the
falls,
leader.
I thought the
falls
2 near
unconscious. The
deaths
one
might
next
have
to you
not
falls
been.
unconscious. They are both asleep at this point.
And then he'll back up. Hurry up. But his voice doesn't carry. He talks quiet. That's it.
All right, ending turn. This one's going to take the action to break out, and then is going to move through as best as possible. Now, the snow and the vines as well is actually going to be moving only 5 feet with its movement speed. It's trudging through as best as possible through this terrain. Ending turn. Oh, where'd he go? To kind of yell outwards. They're going to move 20, and then that's going to be a dash to get to that point. That one kind of rounds around the wagon. This one is going to move 5, and then is now going to get the actual trek of climbing. I'm going to go ahead and put an elevation attack of 5 feet up the 15-foot high cliff. Ending turn. This one is doing the same thing. It gets to 10 feet as it climbs up. Ends turn. Sir Dougal hit coming through towards you. That's going to be a nat 1. So many nat 1s. How many nat 1s could I roll? 42 is going to be a miss as it comes around, swing, just a bad miss. As it strikes into the thicket to your left side here. The bramble kind of pulls it up, and it's going to end turn there. We now come to Sir Dougal.
Do we make we do make a
Round
distinction between incapacitated and unconscious.
Incapacitated, they still look like they're awake. Malram is asleep and on the ground in the snow right now. In fact, you probably couldn't tell the difference between someone that's dead and unconscious. I think that's a good way to describe it.
Got it. Okay. So we're in advantage territory, but not auto crit territory.
You are in auto crit territory if you hit.
Oh, really?
Yes,
He's
an
asleep.
unconscious.
Yeah.
He's asleep. Yep, automatically an auto crit.
Well, obviously. Duh.
Harrison's like the literal metagame explosion. It's great. Like literally, it was like a big bang or something just happened on stream. I can get advanced.
Oh my god.
Strikes into the snow. Nah, damn. Didn't hit anything. Fortunate.
Well, you don't wake him up, so that's good.
You do not wake him up.
It's
Did not
true,
pick
I
him.
don't wake him up. Sucks. I feel like I probably could have played that a little differently. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll stay where I am.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. In similar fashion, this one's going to be a dash as well, kind of rounding through between the wagons and trying to aid and assist as best as possible through the difficult terrain as they trudge through. This one's asleep, ending turn. We now come to the one. Sir Dougal is going to form a phalanx with the one to its right. As they do, they will have advantage against you as they're grouping their shields together. These two directly to your north side. Swinging advantage, 18 is going to hit you. That deals approximately 4 points resisted damage to you. This strikes into your left hip region, kind of scratching downwards with the pick, pulling it back up. Now, in turn there, we come to this particular one. This one is going to turn towards you, Harak. As it does, it's going to come in for a war pick swing about you. 12 is going to be miss, and then I'm going to roll an intelligence check to see if it understands what had just happened. It does not attempt to wake Malrum or the other companion. Ending turn. This one's asleep. Ending turn. Malrum's turn. He's asleep. Ending turn. Kalan's up. Kalan is going to go for an arrow strike towards the one going through the mass of vines and snow. It is going to be a 17, which misses as it strikes into the shield, which is raised, ever so protruding and moving forward. Harak, you're up.
Okay, is this guy to the northwest asleep?
Correct.
Okay, he has the icon is in a slightly different place.
I made it smaller. I made Malrum's icon bigger so that way everyone can see the difference
Okay,
between the tokens.
I think I looked away for a second, but
The tokens are very much similar to each other, right? So I wanted to make sure there was a difference between who is which.
well, in any case, I'll be doing my my one trick.
So you're no longer marking Malrum?
Right. I'm marking the guy to the northeast.
Okay. An 8 is going to be a miss as it raises the shield. The large twang of the hammer into the shield pushes it off.
It's a real battle of wits here.
All right, Indigo, please make it a saving throw, please.
Hey!
Critical! No way, bro!
Is it
That's
with it?
awesome.
Is it with his
That's
turn?
Man, I'm up.
He's
First
up.
killer.
He's
I
up.
do the
He's
thumbs up to Dougal.
See you,
Rise
eyes
up as I do.
snap open. You are still prone,
It's-
so you have landed
It's
on the
the
ground. You're prone.
reverse.
You do
It is
the
reverse.
Schwarzenegger.
I was
turn
gonna
into,
say,
like,
it's-
up.
Right,
Do I,
it's the reverse Terminator.
The save was my action, or I've
No,
never,
that's
done
the
that.
end of your turn. Is just to get the save out, but you are 1 HP. You're technically prone because you hit the ground. You're right. So you're just like rising in the snow with your eyes open, pledged by some deity from afar. I'm just kidding. But that is going to be the end of your turn, right? Because it's basically the end of your turn to make a saving throw there. So
Gotcha.
then we come to the one that's unconscious, is asleep. So ends turn. Tardan, you're up.
I'm gonna go ahead and peek outside the fog here, and unfortunately walk right into this guy. So that's unfortunate. I'm going to cast blindness on this dude right below me.
Okay. It is actually going to fail with a nat 1, which I think you saw from its little effect. So, I'm going to put it on. Linus attached.
And then I'm going to step back into the fog.
Okay, so you can reach out and stretch your hand, kind of touching towards the back. Eyes are wide. Smashes into the wagon. Oh, I can't see! I can't see! And is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of my turn.
All right, Nereus, you're up.
So it's 15 feet to get up here?
That's correct.
All right, he will shoot at the one that's further down. Slow him down, hopefully. Oh, yeah, these water jets.
10 is going to be missed. You
And
fire
then
the
he'll
jet,
move over here.
striking into the rock a little bit as it chips away.
That's
Your
it.
turn. 5 feet. End's turn. It's a dash. This one is going to take a dash as well, going through the difficult terrain. Gets to here. End's turn. This one is now going to be dashing and is on above, and then it's going to be the end of their turn. This one as well is going to get above and then move 5 feet. It's going to be there. So those two here are now on the rock. They're on the cliff side. They're above, at the same level as you lot, you two, Nereus and Kalon. End's turn. Now with the phalanx that these two have formed, advantage against you, Sir Dougal, coming across. That's going to be a 23, which hits you, Sir Dougal. That is going to be 4 points resisted damage to you. This strikes in directly to your stomach region from left to right, slicing across, ending turn. Sir Dougal, it's your turn.
I'm gonna move. Yeah, right. I'm gonna move 5 feet, which will provoke 1.
Okay. It comes across, it takes attack of opportunity against you. It's going to be an 18, which does hit you. It does 2 points of damage to you, resisted.
I'm gonna drop rage.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Thunderclap.
All right, so 50-foot cube, burst of thunderous sound. Each creature within range must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or
But
take
I
6
think
damage.
the incapacitated ones just fail.
Well, it's a
I don't know.
it's a constitute. I'll let you retcon this because I don't think you know. So
Maybe
it's
that's
just
dex save.
strength. It's just strength and dexterity saving throws. It's not con saving throws. Okay. So I'll let you retcon this if you want. It's your call. You can still.
I mean, I really do have a bad DC.
It's your choice.
I mean, a low DC, but I feel like this is probably my best damage output.
Okay. Your call. You stick with what you want, and
What is it? Each creature
I already have the results. You just tell me what you want.
There's the results. It's save or suck, right? I mean, there's no
Well, the good
half
news is
damage.
if they save, they don't wake up because they don't take any damage.
If they save, they don't wake up. Right.
There's no half damage. So.
Right. I am getting a little nervous though about you, Nereus.
Oh.
I mean, a little nervous.
I thought that you would be happy I'd get killed over here.
I'm happy. That's me, the player. You know what? I'm gonna try to resist the meta urge. I'm gonna stick with that decision, the first decision.
So you're sticking with the clap.
Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, I think it's 11.
Okay, so DC 11, 6 points of thunder damage. Everyone succeeds except for Malrum. Malrum fails.
Yes! Max damage! All 6 points!
Okay, see the life, the unconscious body get blown by the thunderclap and just still face down into the snow and shifts a little bit, but is unmoving. Everyone else succeeds. I'm going to remove the template. I can also keep the effect on you if you'd like. It's like a little spinning thing of electricity.
It is actually pretty cool.
Template, yeah.
I'll leave it on.
Leave it on there forever.
Yeah.
So that was 5 feet of movement and an action. So, in order to save my own life, because running at this point would be suicide for me, I'm going to, how do I get my heads-up display back? There it is. I'm going to rabbit hop, once.
Okay.
Which is 15, what is it? 5 times your proficiency, so 10 feet, and get to here without opportunity attack,
Okay.
and then spend my remaining 25 feet of movement to get to here.
Okay. That's fine.
And that's my turn. And I think I have one rage left, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you
Okay,
should have one
it's my
race
turn.
left. So then we come to the one that's blind, stumbling around the wagons he's pulling through. Commander! Ending turn. Breaking the phalanx now, one of which comes and sees the body of Malrum, dives down and checks the body. Looks down. Looks around. Retreat! Fall back! The commander's dead! Taking disengage. One
Dougal
moves
just
away
went
and
Super
disengage.
Saiyan, by the way.
Kalon's turn, another arrow coming out. 24 is going to hit that one. That is going to be at 11 points of damage. That one is dead, landing in directly at the center chest of the heart. Unmoving as the vines kind of enthrall and continue to wrap around it. Rock, you're up.
Well. How the turntables.
How the
Sounds
turntables spin. Oh, was it that 20
Oh.
again? It was so close on my
Yeah.
screen.
How the turntables. Roll a 2.
Clanks into the shield. This one freshly disengaged, backtracking, just continue to track you as you kind of continue to follow it. Just moves out of the way.
Well,
All right, Indigo, it's your turn.
I'm going to stand up. And I'm going to kick behind me and tap that guy in the chest.
$13 is going to be a miss as you stand up, sees raises the shield, stomp your fist directly in the shield, leaving an imprint in the middle. Continues to have it raised.
Gotcha. I'm gonna move 5 feet, look down at Morgan, and be like, I'm gonna take another 5 feet, and I'm going to bonus kick this guy in the head.
Okay.
And that's gonna be advantage.
It'll automatically give it to you. So just status is on, so it should automatically do it.
Attack.
All right, 17 is going to be a miss as you come across, striking into the heavy armor of this particular individual. You are unable to deal a blow.
Lord. And then
I do want to say you took half your movement speed to stand up
Yeah,
from the prone
so-
status, and you move a total of 10 so far.
15, 20, 25 to there. That's it.
Okay, ending turn. Tartan, you're up.
I am going to pop back out of the smoke here, or the fog. Take a look around. And I think the only people I can really see is nobody because of the fog. So I'm going to step up here. And I am going to target this guy with a vicious mockery.
Is going to fail with a 10. Takes 1 point of second damage.
Sweet. And that will be the end of my turn because I had to waste all my movement to get up this far.
All right, Nereus, it's your turn.
All right, do the ones that came up look like they're gonna start running? Like, I mean, obviously we don't know, but like, did they
Okay,
turn like
either.
based on the cry?
Breathing hard, they're looking around. They just look down at a low to the cliff and hear the sound of retreat. Oh, looking around wild.
All right, well. Oh my God, these water jets. I don't know.
Strike into the tree. Ah! Barely missing them, chipping off bark.
But he's good up here. That's it.
All right, now mocked. This one is going to be taking 15 of its movement speed, additional 10 coming to this point. And it's taking the dodge action as it begins to run up the road headed for the north. End's turn. Fuck my life. Goes and starts climbing down. This one as well moves. That actually is going to be the rest of its movement speed. Dash action gets to there. End's turn. All right, top of round 9. Sir Dougal, you're up. It's at this point in the combat that I'm going to ask, are we still engaging in these? They are retreating. They are going to be running away. They are all turning to run, headed north of the entrenched pathway, aimed to go up the little incline at the mound of the hill and then drop down. Is anybody going to be engaging in combat actions?
Oh yeah, they all need to die.
Okay. All right, Sir Dougal, go for it.
I want to game it out. I want to roll it to death. Okay. Bonus action rage. Reckless. Wait a second.
Those two are asleep, so if you're talking about the ones that are by you.
No, I was gonna throw a javelin at the ones descending the cliff to see if I could both hit them and drop them from the cliff. But the problem is I don't know if my failure is that I don't know if reckless applies to
Melee only.
it's melee only, right?
Yep, it's only melee weapons.
There's so much learning to do.
I got you, Harrison.
Alright, I'm gonna just throw the javelin at the guy who's currently climbing.
Okay.
To see if I cannot both, and
Oh, I know.
It's not the fall, it's the sudden stop at the end that kills you.
All right, 16 is going to hit. Currently does not have the shield out. It's currently on the back as it's attempting to climb, so it takes 9 points of piercing damage. And he tumbles down 5 feet here, landing into the snow and is prone. As the javelin's inside of his leg, kind of grabs and yanks it out real quick.
And I will move next to his prone body, waiting for the next one to start climbing. That's my turn.
All right. Retreat! Retreat! He walks right into the fire.
Directly into the fire.
He steps out of the fire. Takes a dash action.
The quickest way home.
Dash opportunity from you, turn if you want it.
Yep, I am.
Cut him up.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead. Oh wait, I didn't have my rapier out. Never mind. I'm not gonna unarmed strike him, so
All
it's
right.
fine.
All right, ending turn. That one's asleep. This one turns around to run away. This is a dash action to get to this point. Ends turn. This one is going to turn around, taking the disengage. It's going to get to here and there. Ending turn. That one's asleep. Kalon's up. Kalon hears the sound and they're beginning to run away. Is not going to let up, does not speak Undercommon, cannot really understand, but sees them kind of running away, and sees also that you, Sir Dougal, just threw a javelin, so continues to fire the bow. It's going to be a miss.
I was gonna yell something to her. Shit.
Rock, you're up.
Alright. Let's get this guy, even though he's running away.
Oof.
$18 is going to hit. 10 points of damage as you come swinging wildly.
I forgot to target the guy I was actually next to.
Yeah, where did I put the damage?
It was on
I undid
you
it.
go.
There you go.
Back
There you go. I was wondering. I was like, did it give you advantage? It put the Slayers on the wrong one. It's fine. 10 points of damage. You can always crit fish if you want. We'll take the 10. Just come across, smashing the leg. Oh! It kind of groans outwards.
That's all right.
All right, Indigo, you're up.
The gentleman right there next to me. What's the symbol that he has? Is that he's
the
dashing?
dodge.
He's dodging.
Yep.
That's one of the symbols. I don't know what the other one is.
A vicious
The
knocker.
other one
That's
was my-
disadvantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Swing is disadvantage.
It seemed like he was retreating, because like I'm wondering, will he attack of opportunity me if I leave his area?
I don't know. Can't tell you that.
Okay, well, I tell you what,
I feel like your experience so far tonight
I
with
tell you what,
attacks of opportunity.
He will be
I-
at disadvantage though if he does. So there's that.
I am going to attempt to leg sweep this dude.
What?
Double that 20! That's so dumb, bro.
You hit so many 20s.
That's
That
nuts.
should be trick.
I didn't hit.
That's
Hold on. I didn't
nutty.
hit alt though, did I?
It doesn't. Yo, it was disadvantage.
You had disadvantage, bro.
You rolled.
You rolled
20
two
on-
nat
Oh,
20s
20.
on disadvantage. So
Well, I
it said
wanted-
no.
I wanted
You
to
can't
take
have the first nat 20, but I'll take the second nat 20.
If that's
Told-
not
told
triple
you.
damage, I don't know what is.
Right.
Yeah, right. Is that what
Yeah.
you just shove a thumb up his ass until you die? I'm so good.
It takes 11 points of bludgeoning damage as you come sweeping the leg. You grab into the leg, but it's not enough to knock prone. He's still moving, and he's still up.
Okay. And I will go 1, 2, 3, 15. I'll go for this guy with a kick to the head.
Another nat 20. Oh my god, I was so
Oh my
close
God,
on a
that's-
1 and a 2. I mean,
Yep.
this is karma right here. 8 is going to be missed as you run, sliding into the snow. You come for a kick, you kind of chomp into the snow, and bits and pieces kind of fly up on it.
And let me see. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Hop up on this rock right here.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just hang out there.
I've never actually witnessed that.
All right, Tardan, you're up.
I am going to chase this guy down. I am going to pull out my rapier, and we're gonna stab this guy.
All right, coming for a stabby stab. 17. That is going to hit. This individual does not have a shield currently. 9 points of damage. So you're stabbing directly into the center chest. Rapier comes out the top side. He's blind, bleeding profusely. Still alive.
I will end my turn right here behind him.
All right, Nereus, you're up. More sleep.
Oh boy. Because we
All
don't
the
have enough.
sleep.
We don't
Spam
have
the
enough
sleep.
prisoners
That's
yet.
a good roll. 26. Let's find out. Let me see what I can divvy out.
Something I learned is Maftet, by the way. It's like, what do you do with the prisoners once you get them?
We're just trying to kill everybody, right? Like, I mean,
you
we
have-
took you guys prisoner.
So you have a choice of one of the three. That's it.
Well, it always goes for the one that's at the least mouse,
Yeah.
the badly wounded one.
Yeah, I mean, but at this point, given the combat, how long it's gone, I'll totally allow you to pick.
Oh, well then the fresh one.
Yeah,
Just since he hasn't gotten to have any fun.
yeah, he's gonna have some fun. So he falls asleep. Just given the length of combat so far, I think we could afford quicking it up a little bit and making the full health one fall asleep. So you see as you cast your spell out, some of them become dizzy, one which falls down prone, asleep, the other two continue to run.
That's it.
All right, ending turn. This one, no longer taking the dodge, is going to move a total of 50 feet here, which is going to be its dash speed, as it tries on no longer difficult terrain moving through. Ending turn. Now prone, taking half of its movement speed to stand up. Turns around, looks towards you, Sir Dougal. As it does, it kind of looks, holding its shield out, pulling it out, right? And then does not strike, takes a disengage instead, and goes to move away. Ending turn right there. Stood up. So That is it. Dash. That one's going to land on the ground with the dash. That one just lands down at the base. And with like a large thunk at your 6 o'clock, so you're south of Surdugal. Ending turn. That one's asleep. Surdugal, round 10. You're up.
We're gonna pick the guy who just disengaged me and recklessly.
Is going to be a hit that does 13 points of piercing damage. You stab in the back of the head. Just pull it out. And it falls forward dead.
And move to here to force either both of them to disengage or open either of them to opportunity, and that's it.
Ending turn. One that's blind continues to move, but takes a dash. Does not care. Attack of opportunity from Rock and target.
Does taking reckless on my turn persist through
16 is going to hit. Doesn't
attack?
have a shield. 5 points of damage. Is dead. He's going to get to here in space and get stabbed directly through the center chest into the lungs and has died. So the reckless is when you
Because
make
it
your second turn, you
persists
sign
through
attack
their
with
turn.
advantage of melee on during this turn. It's very specific for your
Right.
turn. So if you have attack of opportunities, that is not going to have advantage.
Okay.
But they will have advantage against you for the whole round, basically. So it's like a trade-off. You get advantage on your turn,
Right.
and then they
So
get
it seems
advantage
like
against you.
it has an effect that does persist through the whole round, and not just on my turn. Like the effect of it persists through the entire round. of
Yeah.
combat.
So reckless attack is going to last until your start of your next turn. The part
Right.
of it that gives you advantage
only
you
lasts
advantage.
the duration of your action.
only exactly, and then
Mm,
the advantage against you lasts that entire time until it's your turn again.
right.
Probably not as bad if you're up against like one guy. I'd assume, right? It's kind of bad. It's kind of
I don't think any of them are going to be attacking. I just think about it like it does make sense in my brain that like it does last the whole round.
one got away.
All right, this
It's
one
all
takes
over.
disengage. One is able to get off map, headed northbound. Ending turn. That one's asleep. Kalanda's up. Kalanda's actually going to take a strike at the one that is northbound, the one that's farthest ahead. 7 is going to be miss against that one. Hawk, you're up. Oh. the message
He's
in
not
chat.
actually in voice
Oh,
anymore.
he said, sorry, y'all, I gotta go. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Well, I will take control. That sounds fun.
Attack!
Get out here. Swing in, versatile, two-handed. Let's do it. It's gonna be a miss. Indigo, you're up.
I am going to. Good lord, where to go? Where to go? Where to go? Where to go? Dang it! Do I get advantage right here?
No. Not against the target.
How about I jump halfway on the wall?
That's fine. Sure, why not?
Kill them.
I feel
combat
like
mode.
it's fine at this point.
Punch him in the face!
23 is going to land. That deals 8 points of bludgeoning damage. It's going to cross the upper kind of left shoulder region towards the neck. Takes the blow.
Alright. And then I will kick him in the face!
That 20!
Hey! Wow.
How do you hit so many
Yeah,
crits,
how
dude?
do you do that?
Just provoke
Dice is-
attacks of
dice.
opportunity and nearly die.
I slowed it, yeah. Attack of opportunity, my weakness. badly wounded, it's still okay.
Still alive.
And then I will go. What was that? 10-50. Crap.
All for the jump up the cliff to get advantage.
You know.
Did you?
I
Did you?
I will stay right here at the cliff for anybody who wants to attack said person. Fine.
Okay. All right, Tardan, you're up.
Let's see. Who can I reach? Who can I stab here? That's pretty much it. Okay. We're gonna go over here and we're gonna stab this poor guy.
There's so much death happening.
Here it is.
19 hits.
Get him. Max
Somebody
amount
said-
of damage.
Damage.
Somebody said go time.
Stab through the ribs and
Somebody
towards the
said
heart,
kill
pulling
them
it
all.
out. Falls down dead.
That will be the end of my turn.
All right, Nereus, you can actually see this one. This one's off map. Currently, I'm put 20 feet off map. You are able to hit that one if you attempt to do it. 11 is going to be a miss.
I don't think
Yeah,
you rolled
water
above
blast.
a 5 on that.
No, I
It
haven't. That's fourth,
was
the highest.
bad.
That's it.
Okay.
Or
It
well,
goes
can
off
he
map.
keep running, or does the cliff extend?
The cliff does extend. You can continue
So
to follow.
he'll run 30 feet, so he'll be ahead.
Okay.
Whatever.
You'll be
I mean, he's gonna
transitioning
die.
to another map at this point, so just FYI. But I don't think we'll get to that tonight, because we're already running up 9 o'clock, so we'll see. Ending turn. That one's asleep. All right, Sir Dougal,
Why did you take my rage away?
because it was on your last. The timer before it ran out.
Oh.
There you go.
I'm going to run right after this big boy.
Big boy.
And I mean, part of the player in me just wants to like whatever. We're gonna grapple him.
Okay. Make a athletics check, please. 11. He's grappled. Fails with a 9.
And that's it.
Turn. Sleep. Now, grappled by you is going to attempt to break it. Roll a check, so I need you to make an opposing athletics check, please. It's going to fail, still grappled by you. It's going to be its actions and its turn. It's there. Well, at this point, it's going to follow you, Nereus, going off map. Ending turn. Brock, you're up.
I think we gotta. He's just gonna walk up and stab him in the back.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Rock shop. Sure. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna come up. I just have 9 speed for it. It's only got 30. It'll just be regular. Let's go. Swing, swing away. 9. That's gonna be a miss. Indigo, you're up. Didn't have movement speed to get the flank. Right, it's missed.
Boom. Kick to the face.
22 is gonna hit. 5 points of bludgeoning damage. Okay.
And then double ear slap. Whoosh.
Being held. Kick in the back of the leg, maybe double your slap coming across the second strike here. It's going to be an 11, which is going to miss as you come across. You
I just clapped myself. I'm like, yeah, let's go, boys.
gotta move forward a little bit. I love it.
Go. That's it.
All right, Tardan, you're up.
I'm gonna walk over here and I'm just gonna start finishing people off.
Oh my god. This
Yeah. See?
Gregor hit. 17 points of damage.
Dead.
Dead.
This is the guy who walks around the battlefield
Kills the wounded in the
and
battlefield.
just
man.
pushes the spear through the.
Dirty. So dirty.
And then I'm gonna walk this way.
Yeah, keep going, man.
God. The cleanup
All right.
crew.
Nereus will have you continue to move along the cliff, and then I'll allow you. I'm going to go and reveal them so you can target them and fire away. I don't know if you can see them. I know you're off
yeah,
the map though. $18 is going to hit.
It's a new high.
Slow down.
All right, so they are reduced in speed. Okay.
That's it.
Okay. All right, Sir Dougal, top of round 12. It's your turn.
It's going to maintain the grapple.
You don't actually need to do that. You have them grappled successfully. You can go ahead and swing at them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't have to spend the action?
Nope.
That's so bad for him.
Once you have the grapple going, it's always there until it's broke off.
I'm going to do it again because I didn't hold the right key on the map.
It's all right. 13 is...
So 13, I think, misses, right?
It's going to be a miss. Sliding into the chainmail. Unable to penetrate through the armor.
And that's it.
He's going to attempt to break out of the grapple. So you can make the check, or I can take the one that you had before. 20. Still grappled. Alright, Kalan is continuing to move upwards here. He's going to be firing at the one that you had with the ray of water here. That is going to hit them with the 21, and that is going to kill them. The one that you hit with the ray of water is dead. It's the one the lead is gone.
Is there any more there? Like
There is
far
one.
away?
Yep, there is one left. 2 of which have gotten. One was about 100 feet away from you all now, and the other one is 65 feet away. Okay. There's one left. Nereus and Kalan are still tracking alongside. You both kind of move faster than these individuals anyways. And Kalan is normal pace through this terrain. So, we'll now come to Rock. I'll do Slayer Spray. Just re-up it. And then we'll do Hammer Strike. 22 hits. That is dead. Slaps across the Warhammer, doing a total of 20 points of damage across the face, smashing it in, caving
Oh
in.
my god.
I'd imagine Harak would give chase, so they're gonna go do that.
Okay, we can kill them all now, slow. Like, we can do it without rolling now. Right?
At this point, I don't think we need to roll. I
We
think
don't
we
need to
can.
roll.
I think
Five
we,
sleeping. Yeah, I think you guys.
Yeah,
can
we
do
have 5
Everyone's
sleeping on the
dead.
map. There is one in the lead here that
I have a
we'll
plan for that one.
I think we'll start the session off with that. I think it's a good time to stop. We've gone over with the combat here. We're at kind of I would say we're kind of at a stopping point of what you're going to do with this one individual after finishing off the rest here on this encampment, right? Of where this individual is going, right? We'll get to the description of where they're going on the next map here and what's happening with that. So we'll go ahead and pause that and for the sake of it, just circumventing time, we'll go ahead and mark defeated on these ones.
I tell y'all,
they're
I was
unconscious.
about to dash 100-yard right to that runner's face.
Oh yeah, can't you use key point for Step of the Wind and just?
Well, I can. Yeah, I can.
Right.
I was gonna dash 100 yards, and then if I hit, I could have use the last key point to Hand of Harm, and then hopefully hit him, and then got him. Next game. Woof. Next game.
In combat here. Woo! That was
How many
That-
rounds?
10.
no.
Well,
it was over 10.
It was 10 a while ago.
It was a long.
We
It
were,
was a
we
long
were
combat
starting.
for
we were
level 4.
We're on 13 round combat.
Oh my
there.
gosh.
Almost on 14. That was insane. But you all killed Ballroom. Ballroom's gone. The last half hour there was you all swinging at them with a run
Killed by
away.
a cantrip.
Killed by a cantrip. That's the way to go.
I don't see how we miss so much with advantage.
I'm more upset that I did more damage with my rapier than I did with anything else this entire time.
No, you guys are clutch with the all the CC and all that, like 100%, man. Seriously.
I heard it.
The vicious, the mockeries, the laughters, the cloud, the sleeps, all that's just ridiculous.
That cloud was clutch. I was having fun dancing in and out of that cloud.
How many
Right.
did we kill? Jesus.
A
So,
lot.
coming from Sir Dougal. 1,960 experience each. That should put you at 7,210 experience total, which puts you at level 5.
Hey, let's go.
What was the
Which we then edit item.
we just typed the number on top there, yeah. 7
Yeah.
what was it?
7,210. You'll type the number on top there, and then you will go to your features, and then you'll edit your class level. So if you go to the features tab, you can right-click Monk and hit Edit Item, and then from there you can click Details, and you can change the class levels from 4 to 5.
Oh my god.
What?
Stunning strike, what is that?
You can stun them for a round.
Studum, which is your primo ability. That's going to be your go-to forever. Stunning Strike every time.
For the Mulgrim type fucking guys.
Stun all day. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Obviously, we went longer today, and this is totally cool. We'll be back next week. Catch up with what they're gonna do with this one particular Duergar who's running and where that's going and what's happening with that. Appreciate it, and thanks so much, and we'll see you later.
Group 5.
Thanks. Bye.
Later.
Group 5.